That's right, we bring you 50-50 all-action fights to the Boeing Center here in San Antonio. Great food, great fight fans, and a great main event in store for you tonight here in San Antonio. And we begin, that's right, with Michael Angeletti, undefeated pro, 12-0, looking to make it 13 in a row against the very tough, more experienced fighter from the Philippines, Judy Flores. And the world champion Shavkat Rakhimov lost his belt his last time out, looking to bounce back against Justin Pauldo, a man who let a very close fight slip away the last time on ProBoxTV. Can't do that again. And in our main event, Ramon Cardenas versus Bryan Acosta, 45 combined wins, just one loss. Will it be the coming out party for Bryan Acosta tonight? That is the question, at the expense of Ramon Cardenas. And we are live here in San Antonio, Texas, inside the Boeing Center. Jimmy Smith alongside Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, two names I did not mention, Lester Martinez, Joe Sean James. Lester Martinez fell ill last week. We are rescheduling for that fight for later on in March. Watch it here on ProBoxTV. But gentlemen, let's get to the main event. We have Ramon Cardenas, Bryan Acosta. Cardenas at his worst can be a slow starter. Chris, can't afford that tonight.
No, not at all. When I think of Ramon Cardenas, I think of boxing IQ, deadly punching with both hands, and Joel Diaz. He's got a fantastic corner, which makes it very entertaining because Joel Diaz gets in his face when he needs to, wake his man up. And as much as Joel Diaz thinks so highly of Ramon Cardenas, he also believes what you just said. Sometimes that boxing IQ can lead to him getting stuck in the mud a bit, thinking too much, and letting his opponents get off with their punches.
Yeah, Paul, you remember being young? You didn't think you could lose. It was all behind you. That's Bryan Acosta.
He didn't do much thinking.
Exactly, no thinking. But he needs to fight like that tonight, right? Young, hungry, unknown, but undefeated.
You know, Acosta brings that undefeated enthusiasm to the ring, but he's got a level of opposition is a bit lower than Cardenas. So you look at it on paper and you're saying, okay, Cardenas has a loss, but his level of opposition is high. Can Acosta's record live up to the hype of the O against a guy like Cardenas? One thing I'll say, you know, you look at his record, you're not that impressed with the wins. But we have to say one thing. He's gone to Inoue's camp, Naoya Inoue's camp, several times. When you get brought back in as a sparring partner, it means you know how to hang with the elite. Because these guys won't bring you back in for more work unless they see you know how to fight. So that little hint shows that Acosta knows how to handle the heat.
Yeah, just show the fans real quick. Chris, give me the face. Because it's one of those where one mistake could mean the difference here in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's so much on the line for both these guys. Ramon Cardenas is highly ranked in every organization, is a guy who's really knocking on the doorstep of getting a world title shot. And then you got Acosta, who's trying to make his name for himself. He wants to take the position that Cardenas has right now. So, I mean, there's so much on the line for both these guys, and you can feel it in the arena. You can feel it all fight week, and these guys are walking around. I'm very excited for this main event.
And you know who it's a credit to? It is a credit to Gary Jonas. That's right, the owner here at ProBoxTV. He put the matches together. What are his thoughts about this card? Well, he's the boss. We'll let him speak for himself. Here he is.
We're excited, man, because we're stepping it up, right? We sort of promised the fans that we're going to graduate the levels that we're able to put out there little by little. So this February 8th in San Antonio, this card is definitely a step in that direction. All these guys are really top 10 fighters. And it starts off the show with Ramon Cardenas from San Antonio, who's 25-1, number 2 in the WBA. He's taken on Acosta at 20-0. That's a really tough fight. I mean, Ramon's basically waiting to fight Inoue. And while he's waiting, he has to stay busy, he has to take fights. This is a challenging one. He's not going at it lightly here. So this is going to be a war. Cardenas cracks like a mule. He's kind of a bitter Biev of his weight class. And Acosta throws a ton of punches. So I expect that to be a phenomenal fight. Rakhimov, Russian guy, he was ex-champion, beat Zelfa Barrett to win a vacated belt. Lost at the next fight out to Joe Cardinas, which, again, most people thought he won that fight. So it could have very well been the undefeated champion at this point. He's making his comeback at 35 now, and he's fighting Pauldo. For those of you who watch our stuff, Justin Pauldo was on a roll at ProBoxTV, looking really, really good. He lost a controversial decision to Madueño, but he arguably won that fight. And he'll be rolling in here with one loss on a roll, and a head-on collision against Rakhimov. So Rakhimov and Pauldo's a great fight. Turkey and Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, Oscar, Bob Aaron, top ranked PBC. They are so rabid right now fighting with each other and chasing the shiny object, chasing the stars. And it's like one of those things where they're so consumed with chasing the stars that I'm like, they're leaving all these really good fighters are falling through the cracks. They're being ignored. And I'm like, okay, hey, listen, man, there's a bunch of these guys and I'm alone. Come on, guys, come over here with me. Come to ProBox TV. You guys are very good fighters. Let's go ahead and put a show on for the fans at a high level. And, you know, so it's kind of working out that way, ironically. But there's a lot of fighters, a lot of good fighters out there. And boxing has always had never enough placement for them. So part of it is that there was always good fighters there. You just had to have the desire to put it together. You had to have the freedom of having your own channel. We're not dependent on TV networks to give us dates. The rest of them are all on that unfortunate circumstance, but we're not.
Yeah, three things that Gary Jones talked about that are on display tonight. It comes down to you don't wait, right? You take the risks with your guy, even though you might have a title fight coming. If you lose, but you're exciting, will bring you back. And also this idea that you might see the next title challenger, the next superstar tonight. Paulie, when you talk about that, this idea that Cardenas could have maybe set out and had a big fight, he's taking a risk tonight.
Yeah, you know, he could have waited on his laurels, so to speak. You know, you figure he's on the verge of a title shot. A lot of times when guys are on the verge of a title shot, they'll take on a fringe contender. You know, a guy where it'll keep them busy because they don't want to get cold staying outside the ring. They don't take on this much of a risk. Like I said, when you look between the lines and between the numbers, Acosta is very, very dangerous. Much more dangerous than his O. Just a simple O will tell you.
Well, when you look at our co-main event, it is a Shavkat Rakhimov taking on Justin Pauldo. Rakhimov coming off a loss, Paulie, but when we asked about it in the fighting meeting, he goes, I didn't lose. I did not lose that fight, not a loss to me. I don't feel like I need to bounce back. What you thought about that attitude?
Yeah, I think that he's got the confidence. You know, he's also, it's from that culture. You know, like the champ likes to say, these Eastern Europeans, they break, but they don't bend. So you never see any weakness until they're completely gone. So I'm not surprised that even though he lost a close fight to Cardenas, he felt he won the fight. It was a close fight. It was competitive. But also he's got no lost confidence there. He was talking like this fight with Pauldo is something that he's expected to get through easily, and he's got to get to the next level. Obviously, Pauldo feels differently.
Yeah, Pauldo, of course, flashes of greatness, you can say, Chris. We see the hand speed. We see the aggression. We see, as you said, Paul, the catch and shoot ability. But he has a tendency to maybe take time off in rounds and let the other guy back into it. What's your thought?
You know, self-admitted, and I agree, he has world-class skills. I mean, he's fantastic with his countering ability, his defense, his awareness, his ability, as you said, to catch and shoot. He's got a very, very sharp jab. He's got good power. He's got really good size for the weight class. But again, similar to what I said about Ramon Cardenas, guys with high boxing IQ sometimes get stuck in the mud because they're thinking too much, thinking about being a counterpuncher too often, and you might miss out on opportunities that you're not punching with your opponent, and you get beaten by guys who are more active, which is what we saw against Mondueño in his last fight. Tonight, though, he's not going to have a choice. He's got a guy who's going to be coming at him hard and heavy for 10 rounds. He's going to have to fight his way out if he wants to win this fight.
Chris, you were a boxer, you're a kickboxer, you were a wrestler. I guarantee you the cutting in wrestling was worse. But when we saw Shavkat Rakhimov, he's going up to 135, but he looks sucked up. He did a real cut. It's a big boy at 35.
I said to you as soon as he came into the fighter meeting, I was like, wow, he's big. He's tall. He's very tall for the weight class, taller than I expected. He did look very lean yesterday. I saw him this morning. He plumped up. He filled in. He looked much better. He looked much happier, too. So I don't think the weight's going to be a big issue for him.
Yeah, and another thing, when a guy's talking to you there, and you hear that dehydrated all the way through, that was Shavkat Rakhimov. So him moving up to 135 pounds, expect him to keep that power. Also, a bounce back, like I said, he thinks he didn't lose, but he knows he cannot afford 2 in a row tonight at the hands of Justin Pauldo, a man we got to speak to on ProBox TV, and his confidence came through the screen. See if you can hear it when he talked to us at ProBox TV. Here he is in his own words.
What's your thought about that mental battle heading into this fight, that confidence going in?
He's just another fighter than me. He laces his gloves up the same way I lace mine up. So that's about it.
Justin, Rakhimov being a southpaw, anything in particular stands out to you about him? Besides that southpaw stance, anything he does differently as a southpaw, being he's a European southpaw. He's also an ex-world champion. Does that bring out more motivation for you? Does that do something for you mentally going into the fight?
Well, that's always a motivating factor. a guy who has a great resume, and he'll look good on my resume. But I fought Stockpile before, and I beat all of them, and he'll be another one.
How does that all play into this fight? Him being inactive, him being a smaller guy, and the fact that it's going to be much closer to your backyard than his.
Well, I fought in San Antonio quite a few times, and it'll be nice to fight there again. But I really don't get caught up in all those extra things, as in he's a smaller guy, he's coming up or inactive. I'm looking forward to facing the best fighter, the best of him on the 8th. So I'm training to be at my best.
Pauldo seems ready to go, does have a lot of confidence coming into this fight. Another guy who's going to have confidence, Michael Angeletti, 12-0, standout amateur, right now an undefeated professional. Paulie, you see the skills when he's in there at ProBoxTV. Great outside speed, excellent combinations. How do you want to see him develop against Judy Flores? Very experienced, 14-3 from the Philippines.
Yeah, I like to see him maybe show us that he can start fast and keep that consistency. He's got a great build for the weight class, knows how to box on the outside, and that has also shown some inside work as well when we've seen him on ProBoxTV. I like to see he kept consistent and look good throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, when you look at Flores, that experience advantage, a few more fights. Also, he's been around the block a bit more, hasn't always been the A side. He's had to come up in some very tough fights. How does that help him tonight, Chris?
Oh, he's almost always been the B side, but he's an aggressive guy. He comes forward, and you mentioned experience. That's a big one. That is the ultimate intangible. I want to see how Angeletti deals with somebody who's going to be in his face, who's going to push him, and who's been 10 rounds and knows what it's like. So this is a big step up for Angeletti.
Is the difference the speed advantage for Angeletti? We've seen the speed of his combinations, his ability to go from outside to inside. Could that be the key?
It's his athleticism. It's his skill set. It's his size, as you mentioned, for the weight class. His ability to stay long, counter from the outside, and be slick and slippery while moving in and out of ranges. He's an excellent tactician.
But mentally, Paulie, 12-0, 13-0, think you got it in the bag. You think it's all set to go. That's when you face those step-up guys. This is where a lot of fighters trip. How does he avoid that?
Yeah, he's got to avoid that by being consistent and not taking anybody lightly. You look in Judy Flores' corner, you see Nonito Donier's father, So that guy's got that pedigree already. He's born and bred into the family. He knows what he's doing. He's been in a few championship corners, right? He's raised a couple of top-level fighters in his sons and in his own
also,
right.
he's not going to waste his time with someone who can't fight.
Exactly, champ. He's already seen talent, so if he's going to spend time on Flores, it's not going to be time wasted. If he's here with him, that means he believes in this guy. So you can't, when you're on the part of Angeletti, you can't take that kind of guy lightly.
Well, tonight we have all action, 50-50 fights. Michael Angeletti, Judy Flores. There's a 10-rounder in the bantamweight division. Shavkat Rakhimov versus Justin Pauldo in our co-main event. And then Ramon Cardenas versus Bryan Acosta. That is our main event. We do not do predictions in fights that we consider that unprofessional. You'd think we favored somebody. But I do have a question for the champs here. Who's backed in a corner? Who needs a win tonight or needs that standout performance? What's one name that stands out to you?
Ramon Cardenas. He's so close. You said it earlier, champ. He could have sat out and took an easy fight. Nope. Hey, what's that old saying? You're going to dance with the girl you brought to the ball? Ramon Cardenas stays in tough fights. He's been fighting on our air. He's doing it again tonight.
Paulie, what's your name?
For me, Rakhimov or Pauldo, both coming off a loss. Really, both very good fighters, but on paper, you come off 2 losses in a row, even though you can fight physically, on paper, it's going to be a bad look. Both guys are really in need of a win.
Yeah, 2 in a row. A lot of times you're damaged good. As you said, Paulie, he's been in that championship box. He wants to be back in where our prelims are ready to go. Download the app now, ProBoxTV, and join us. The fights start in just a few seconds. Look at the skyline of San Antonio, Texas. Incredible food, incredible city. We've had a great time here. We've eaten so much. It's been hard for us to move around. Fortunately, we are seated right now ringside, getting ready for our prelim fight here at the Boeing Center. And it is the ladies. Of course, Rios undefeated in her career, taking on Nancy Franco. And this is one of those fights where you got to look past the numbers to really appreciate what's going on. Jimmy Smith with the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. You talked about it, Chris. You look at the record of Nancy Franco, 19-21-2. She's fought everyone under the sun in weight classes she had no business fighting, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, she's a former flyweight champion, a minimum weight champion, from a couple of years ago, had a number of championship-level fights. A little, long in the tooth, so to speak, in terms of how long her career has been. But she got a very tough girl in front of her. But listen, she's got the skills. She's been there, a little higher than she wants to be in terms of weight, but skills pay the bills.
And when you look at Rios, she was on our card in D.C. with Lamont Roach. When talking about that experience, she was negative about it. She's like, I didn't do as well as I thought I would. Paulie, she was almost down on herself. She won that fight.
Well, she won that fight, but, sometimes you're your own worst critic, and she feels like she could do a lot better and give a lot better impression of herself. Sometimes winning is not just enough. You want to give your best impression, and obviously she feels like she didn't give her best impression. Now, obviously, you want to come out with the win. At the same time, you want to give your best impression, and that's what she plans on doing tonight.
A lot of people ask, where does your confidence come from? What are you thinking about when you're walking to the ring, you're walking to the cage, you're getting ready to fight? You think about what you've done and the people you've done it with. She's from the D.C. camp, Jordan Roach, Lamont Roach, a gym full of killers, and she said, hey, they don't give me any slack. They're harder on me than everybody else. She's with killers in there. That has to make her feel confident tonight.
I remember she said, I'm quoting her now, she's like, yeah, when I walk in the gym, I'm not a woman, I'm not a girl, I'm just a boxer. We're all just boxers in there. And that's such a great mentality to have. Gym culture matters. When you're surrounded by a bunch of lions and young killers, you bring that into the ring with you, which is why, champ, she was probably so hard on herself about that first fight, which I'm not mad about. Be your own critic. Just go out there and perform the next time out.
Because of that, you can hear the music starting behind us. Might we see a more aggressive start from Rios? Very much critical of herself. Think it's a fast start?
I think she wants to start fast. Let's see if she starts smart.
That's right. Leopards do not change their spots. Will we see a fast start from her? Let's take a look at the numbers. You talk about being a little long in the tooth. Nancy Franco, 35. 5'1". You see the reach advantage for Rios. Younger, longer reach. Will she use it early in this fight? That is the question. And of course, from Alice, Texas. Very proud of that. Whole family is there. Franco from Guadalajara, Mexico. And the crowd going crazy as Rios making her walk. You can hear them behind me. She has her cowboy hat. She is ready to go. We are on the way for our prelim here at ProBoxTV.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Boeing Center at Techport. This is ProBoxTV, being presented in association with Texas Boxers and Brawlers, and being sponsored by BetOnline, Wild Casino, and GomezLawFights.com. We open the action with this bout, set for 6 rounds or less in the bantamweight division. Arrancamos con la acción. Este duelo, 6 vueltas en la división peso gallo. Los jueces son, the judges are Charles Weaver, San Antonio Hall of Famer Wilfredo Esperón, and Joe Calvi. Presentando la esquina azul, presenting the blue corner, vestida de blanco con dorado y el tricolor mexicano verde, blanco y rojo. She steps in wearing white with gold trim and the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red. Her official weight, 118 pounds. Su peso oficial, 118 libras. Esta noche, en su 43º combate a nivel profesional. Tonight, she enters the ring in her 43rd professional bout. The former IBF strawweight world champion, y puro Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, Nancy Chatita Franco. Her opposition in the red corner, su oponente en la esquina roja, vestida de negro con vivos azules. She steps in wearing black with blue trim, weighed in officially at 117 3/4 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 117 libras y 3/4. Tonight, this former multi-time national amateur champion and now world-ranked professional returns to the ProBoxTV ring with an undefeated record. of 8 victories. 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche, esta multiveces campeona nacional a nivel amateur y ahora clasificada mundial, regresa al cuadrilátero de ProBoxTV con un récord invicto de 8 victorias. 7 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of Upper Marlboro, Maryland, Rihanna Rios. Our referee, Rafael Ramos.
Recibieron las instrucciones. Protéjase en todo el tiempo. Buena suerte.
We're ready to get underway with our first prelim of the night. Rihanna Rios in the blue and black, taking on Nancy Franco in the tricolores. We're underway, round number 1.
Right off the bat, you see the size difference, Rios being the much larger fighter. And we mentioned Franco often fighting out of her weight class, was a world champion at 105 pounds. Her best days were seen under 110.
Right now, Rios number 6 in the world, the bantamweight division for women. Coming down that southpaw stance.
Yeah, Rios wants to get off to a good start and also, put the smaller fighter back on her heels and, sort of start to convince her that, you can't win. It's not going to be your night. So, accept what this is going to be. Because a lot of times a fighter with the veteran experience of Franco, if you let them get into the fight, you let them land a couple of shots, they gain confidence, and then they're sort of more alive. Good shots to the body there.
Nice body work from Rios, much more active than she was in the fight in D.C.
Yeah, she's got great balance tonight. She's coming forward. She's asserting herself, really sticking to the body there. There's a nice stab jab, coming with hooks around both elbows.
I like her understanding of her distance, too. She's not smothering her punches. She's letting her shots go. She's letting them go at a good range. She took a half step back to make sure she could leverage her shots. Very, very smart there.
Wow, really overwhelming Franco here in the opening round.
Franco already holding on. So far, a wipeout in round number 1.
I really like the understanding of her distance. You don't see that from a lot of women fighters. When they get aggressive, a lot of times there's a lot of smothering. You see when she gets too close, she actually takes that half step back so she can leverage her shots better from the proper distance that she wants to throw them at.
Yeah, Rios is really in the zone here. You can see she's got her eyes open. She's making Franco miss. She's landing at will to the body on both sides with both hands.
And Franco's in survival mode already.
Yeah, Chris, you say it all the time. Fighters get over their skis. They get off balance. And so far, Rios' feet underneath her the entire time.
Now, she made a nice adjustment from last time out when we saw her in D.C. She's really got her feet underneath her. Fantastic balance shown so far from Rios here.
Yeah, changing levels, giving some feints in there as well. And again, I will reiterate again, understanding of distance.
Wipeout in round number 1. Rios looking absolutely fantastic.
Impressive start.
Yeah, she's true to her word. Started out much faster this time around.
And smarter.
Not for nothing. I mean, I get why she felt upset about her last performance. If she's this good, she didn't show that last time. That was a really, really impressive first round.
Yeah, against Mary Romero, her last time out, she got aggressive late in the fight. Ended up winning, but in the beginning, a very, very slow start.
That was also a big step up in class for Rios at that point of her career, fighting an opponent who was 10-5 when she had been fighting girls with less than 5 fights. So, in all due respect, to her opponent, it was still a good fight.
Yeah, Lamont Roach Sr. in her corner. Best coaches in the world right now. DC just producing killers.
Oh, I mean, they started the amateur program. He has some wild number of national champions, guys who have in the teens the amount of national championships that they have.
But DC's always had a good boxing region. I remember back in the day when I was in the amateurs, Barry Hunter, and then his was it Rockheads or Headbangers, Jim Peterson brothers. Close enough, Headbangers.
You know what I meant.
Exactly, round number 2, some headbanging going on here, courtesy of Rios.
Well, one-way traffic headbanging.
Yes.
Rios has been in total control since round 1. Oh, beautiful.
Again,
left-hand shot.
Shot selection, understanding her distance from which to throw those shots at.
Also, good jabs from the southpaw stance. Very good at that lead hand.
And you see how she takes that half step back, makes Franco reach, and then makes her pay. You see, just right there, you see that great sense of timing.
And she's mixing them up well, to the body, to the head with that left hand. She'll throw it straight, she'll throw an uppercut, right to the middle, splits the guard, comes back down to the body. and also staying defensively sound. She's ready to pull out at any moment.
Yeah, keeping,
right?
that,
Just like
keeping that sense of position, champ. I also like the throwaway punches. Uses good throwaway punches to set up the openings for the bigger shots.
Oh, that double hook to the body hurt. Give it a head, right hook to the head, right hook to the body. You see Franco trying to hold on.
Franco can't hold on. She's physically outmatched. You saw Rios just shrug her off.
You know, I've seen Franco fight many times in the past. She's normally throwing in the middle like that. When she gets pressed in certain situations, yeah, she'll cover up, but then she fires back with big left hooks. We're not seeing much of that tonight.
Rios, of course, decorated amateur, representing the United States in several countries.
Yeah, and you're gonna need to see Franco start to respond a little bit and be able to show she can protect herself. Because, you know, she can be tough as she wants, but if this continues to be an assault, you gotta start looking at stopping the fight.
Yeah, she's looking less and less.
Oh, head clash there. Head clash.
Doesn't look like any blood.
Oh, good shot. Again, punch in between. See Franco trying to punch in between, but Rios is shorter shots.
Nice right hand from Franco. Best one of the fight.
No question Franco's heart.
Trying to come back at the end of the round, but once again, a round dominated by Rios. Well, this one's scheduled for 6 rounds, but right now it is one-way traffic for Rios.
Yeah, we're seeing Franco here pinned along the ropes. But Rios still staying defensively sound, landing these big shots, but has her hands in the right positions, keeps her chin tucked, is rolling underneath, pulling out at times.
Yeah, and punching off of those defensive moves as well, so understanding where she's at all times.
And once again, when you've got good balance and good sense of positioning, you're able to do that. Make them miss, make them pay.
We talk about educated hands. She's got educated feet as well.
Yeah, great. Again, Champ keeps talking about her ability to control distance. You know, that comes from having good feet and good balance.
Vamos. Okay.
A good few seconds at the end of round number 2, but can Nancy Franco keep it going in round number 3? We'll find out. Seems like Franco's now figuring out, all right, if I can get close to her, maybe put a little physical pressure, take away some of that footwork.
Yeah, you need to give Rios something to think about. And right now, she's been easily been able to just select her shots, you know, kind of take her time and fight at her pace. Maybe even if it's uncomfortable, if Franco can just press the issue a little bit and force a little bit of stress on Rios so that she's not so comfortable choosing shots. But Rios again with those sharp counters.
Looks to me like Rios has made an adjustment here, though. She came out trying to overwhelm Franco the first 2 rounds. Yeah, obviously she's still here. She's still tough. Now it looks like she came out. She circled the ring a little bit. She's looking to set up counters from the outside, trying to make Franco open up so she can land those counters at a mid-distance.
I like how she stays with her feints, too. It's the little subtle things that really separate you to the different levels. When she's got the little balance, the balance correct, and everything else, so it's her creativity that I like as well.
And Paul, you always talk about, you know, pros have multiple gears and multiple speeds, and a little different speed in this round number 3.
Nice shot in between Franco there.
Also, I like from Rios, she's not a puncher, obviously. She's got 1 KO up to date, but she's looking to stop this fight. She wants the knockout. She's fighting like she's fighting for a knockout.
Well, the total punches round number 2, 32 punches landed for Rios, 6 for her opponent, Nancy Franco. That's what we mean by wipeout, ladies and gentlemen. She had a better round 2 than she did round 1, so if that tells you anything.
Yeah.
Sharp one,
nice
too.
straight shot.
And you see how she sets that left hand in multiple ways. A lot of sometimes she throws that lazy right hook to kind of use it as a throwaway punch, and sometimes she comes with a jab down the middle and then the left hand behind it.
Franco's tough, man. She's punching back, outskilled, outwilled, outsized here. Still trying.
Yeah, DC, southpaw, great lead hand. You guys remember Winky Wright? Same thing. Yeah, another DC fighter.
He was St. Petersburg, Florida.
Started out in DC though.
Did he?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
All right.
Trust me.
You taught me that one then. I'm just making sure Florida didn't get mad at you. So
Never. We got them both, Champ.
There was that nice straight left hand down the middle. Like you said, Champ, she varies up that left hand so well. Sometimes she throws it straight down the middle, with like that splits the guard. Sometimes she throws a little sneaky uppercut.
And even on the counter.
Yep, on the way out. She's punching on the way in and the way out. But Franco is staying very focused. She's not getting frustrated.
Talked about her excellent amateur career. You see the fundamentals there. It's, again, not a lot of mistakes, in and out, good combinations, just like you teach it in the gym.
Yep. Like I always say, those good amateurs, they always have good eyes. It always starts with the eyes, the awareness.
We're underway. Round number 4, scheduled for 6. Women in the state of Texas, 2-minute rounds. So far, all those rounds have been dominated by Rios. See her in the blue and black.
Putting on a virtuoso display of skills and talent is Rios thus far.
But Franco didn't come here to lay down.
No, not
sure.
at all.
She's tried. Had some success in the last round. She's trying to bull forward, but eating those big punches in response.
She's just overmatched. And again, I've seen a lot of Franco over the years fighting all the top prospects coming up. And, you know, she's been overmatched before. She's normally in it a little more than that. She's normally punching with you. She's landing some hooks. She's got nothing for real.
But, Champ, you see, she's trying to punch. What happens is she punches in between. She misses, and then she pays for it. Yeah. So she's paying, like you said, she's paying on the way in and on the way out from the parts of Rios. So she doesn't even know how to fight back. Because sometimes she fights back, she's thinking to herself, what am I going to fight back for? I'm just going to get one more clean shots.
This looks like it could be close to that. And once you see a girl start shelling up like that, you know, the ref's got to be paying attention real close.
Under a minute left in round number 4.
A lot of times in women's fights, if somebody just resists a little bit, you can fight them off you. There's no fighting Rios off you, because if you try to fight her off you and you don't do it intelligently, she'll make you miss and make you pay, so she'll assault you even from the defensive side.
Incredibly one-sided CompuBox numbers 78-8.
Oh, wow.
In favor of Rios.
I don't think I've ever seen CompuBox stats like that. Wow. 26-1 in the first round.
Shout out to Roy Jones Jr. and Vinny Paz. Love you guys, but that was probably the last time I saw that.
Yeah. I mean, obviously this is sub-championship level, but still, I mean, even at this level, I haven't seen CompuBox stats like that.
You called it, champ. Every time Franco tries to land back, shoots a combination in return. Still trying to move and throw, however. Franco doing enough to stay in it. The end of round number 4. And folks, we do look at the eyes in between rounds, and I gotta say, Rios looks like she just got out of bed. Another day of sparring.
Yeah, she's dialed in. I mean, she's in total machine mode right now, looking to dominate, looking to get the stoppage, trying to push for it. But Franco, man, all heart. She's out there. She's again undersized, outskilled, but not outwilled.
Our main event, of course, tonight: Ramon Cardenas. Dinamita taking on Bryan Latino Acosta. 45 combined wins, 1 loss. Cardenas has looked incredible on our air, but Bryan Acosta, if you don't know, this guy comes in with some real skills. Undefeated, doesn't know how to lose. There's the face of a young lady who also doesn't know how to lose. 8-0, looking for her 9th. Penultimate round, 5 of 6.
No. Let him go.
You notice, Paulie, when you watch a fight with a great counterpuncher around people who don't really know boxing, they go, well, why isn't the other guy throwing? Because every time they throw, they get hit.
Exactly.
Mayweather's opponents would throw in the beginning, and then by the end, they're not throwing.
We call that making you put your hands in your pockets.
Exactly.
I remember a really special fighter like Guillermo Redondo, the next combination by Rios. And he would do that, but then he wasn't aggressive enough, so people would criticize him from his fights being boring. But I remember Nonito Donaire winning Fighter of the Year, and then coming in and fighting Redondo in his first fight the following year, and Redondo made him look completely hapless. It was really an impressive performance because Nonito had been so impressive the year before, winning the Fighter of the Year award.
Oh, good body shots there for Franco, both sides. Ooh, needs a big right hook over trouble.
And she's back to both these ladies work the body very, very well.
Yes, I mean, Franco's Mexican. She's, former world champion. She's got a good lead left hook. Not seeing a whole lot of it land tonight, but it's there.
It's been a one-sided, guys. Franco gets a credit for her toughness, but this is a lot of times, especially in the women, you don't see a lot of stoppages, and the threat of fights becoming just assaults, and sometimes you see that.
Sometimes it's better when it's just one big shot you get. Yeah. Rather than this, the sustained beating, because Rios has been giving it out from round number 1.
Once you start seeing Franco getting discouraged, that's when I believe it's time to step in. Right now, she's still trying. She's throwing harder and more this round than she has in any round. Not landing much, but she is trying.
Nice combination. Finished off that straight left hand. Also, folks, is a women's fight. Only 2-minute rounds. Add another minute, this might have been over a couple rounds ago.
Good point, Jim.
Every time she starts working, just like this, the round is over. One more to go. There's a lot of men's fights. You know, a lot of times you crack the code. It's that last minute of the round they really start opening up and using that information. Every time that happens. So
and also just in terms of just metabolic output, like those first 2 minutes, you can sprint for 2 minutes. That last minute, man, it's like that last mile of a marathon.
By the way, you at home, if you don't know, when it comes to running metaphors, Chris knows what he's talking about. This guy's a runner. Runs every day.
Yep, it's true. Still.
Yeah, we're sitting there eating breakfast, Paulie. You know, he's stretching for his run. Doesn't make you sick every time.
I mean breakfast.
Well, for the record, I was coming back from the run.
Yeah, coming back? Oh, yeah, that's right. Look at the total punches thrown, 210 to 92. The activity level off the chart for Rios. They touch gloves for this final round number 6. Franco has decided the better part of valor here.
Yeah.
She decided to get to the end at this point.
So you just use some ring generalship and try to get to the end of the fight.
Yeah, because she needs a knockout to win, and she started out this round moving, so obviously she's not trying to win at this point.
Move, don't take those extra punches. Let the young buck stay undefeated. But Rios looking to close the show.
Yeah, that right hook bothered her. Hit her right in the temple.
Shot takes away your balance completely. But Paul, you talk all the time about that veteran grit, right? These veteran fighters know how to stay in a fight, right?
Yeah. And you have to have those different survival tactics, right? Especially you can see at this point, that's what she's doing. Franco's just trying to, get to see the final bell. She's kind of submitted to the fact that she's not going to win this fight.
Her credit, though, Franco, with her 21 defeats, she's only been stopped 5 times. So she obviously is durable and has some grit. Like I said, I've been watching her for years. I've never seen her get stopped, even though she's been fighting top prospects.
And she's a natural 106-pounder. That says a lot.
Tough day in the office today for Franco.
Yep. An impressive performance. I think Rios got the impressive performance that she was looking for,
Absolutely.
I think we understand now what she was talking about yesterday in fighter meetings, where she wasn't happy with her performance in a win last year when we saw her last. This time she's put some things together that make you realize, okay, there's some work-class talent here.
Yeah, different fighter tonight.
Yeah, different person. Absolutely.
Work in DC has paid off. 10 seconds left to go in this final round.
I'm Mariano Rios. I'm thinking mission accomplished. I showed everybody what I am and where I'm going.
Probably very soon on ProBoxTV. She is fired up after a shutout performance for 6 rounds. Only question is, will there be some 10-8s in there? How many of them? No knockdowns in the fight. Certainly wouldn't surprise me to see at least one 10-8 in there because they were one-sided.
Yeah, very one-sided. We saw the CompuBox stats show you that it was one-way traffic throughout from the beginning to the end. Some of those rounds are pretty vicious. You can see the ref stepping in, but Franco showing enough grit to hang on.
Yeah, and there was moments where Franco couldn't find the reprieve on defensive or on the attack. I mean, she was getting hit even when she tried to attack from Rios's sharp defensive counters.
Rounds look pretty much the same, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, right from the start. Rios came out the first 2 rounds really looking to make a statement. Looked like she wanted to overwhelm Franco and get her out of there quick. When she realized that she couldn't, she kind of went to more of a boxing counterpunch style, fighting from the outside and the inside. But early on, man, it was just all Rios. 2-fisted assault from beginning of the round to the end. And as we wore on, the sharpness just started to show. You started to see Franco less and less trying to punch back, covering up, spending more and more time along the ropes, You see Rios there cutting angles, creating openings, blasting the body, the head, punch variation, especially with that left hand, looked beautiful tonight. I mean, top to bottom, fantastic performance from Rios.
Yeah, I really enjoyed seeing the punch selection she showed, and also, like I said, the distance of her punches. She knew when to step in, when to step out, so that she can, in case she smothered herself, went to step closer when she was a little bit out of distance. Never really saw her reaching, but you also never saw her smother herself.
Yeah, incredible performance from Rios. The only question is, what do the scorecards look like? Lupe, let us know.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're going all 6 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring. The official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 6 vueltas, esta es la decisión oficial. Los jueces Weaver y Calvi entregan tarjetas idénticas de 60 a 54. Judges Weaver and Calvi turn in identical scores of 60 to 54. Y el juez Esperón anotó 60 a 53. Judge Esperón scores it 60 to 53. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los tres a favor de la ganadora por decisión unánime. And still undefeated, Rihanna Rios.
You heard it, still undefeated. One judge at a 10-8 round in there. No surprise, but a wipeout. Not one round won by Nancy Franco. Did the best she could, but technique, power, balance, all of it on display from Rihanna Rios. See, she has a bright future. It's an understatement. Right now ranked number 6 in the women's bantamweight division. Talk about possible title contenders this year. Her name's got to be on that list here at ProBox TV. Great performance.
Yeah, I see her vying for a title soon. I even see her being a world champion one day.
I hate to break anyone's bubble that has never been in the fight world, but Paulie, fighters lie a lot. It's what they do, about how great they are, what they've been doing in the gym. Rios has been working on things in the gym, did change his style, and it was apparent.
Yeah, and you can see that her performance really showed that. It showed various levels that she was able to show, and various levels of ring IQ, and not just from a physical perspective, also from an intelligence perspective.
Let's talk about the card. Michael Angeletti in a similar position, 12-0, undefeated, doesn't know how to lose. When you look at ProBox TV, you look for those step-up performances like Rios just had tonight. Could Angeletti have one of those?
He's going to need one. He's got a tough guy in front of him, a guy who's going to test him in ways that he hasn't been to at this level. You know, coming in his 12th pro fight against a very tough veteran guy who's been in with some top-notch opponents for 10, 12 rounds. So this is certainly a big step up for Angeletti. I want to see him rise to the top because he has the talent.
And when you look at the main event, another young undefeated fighter, Bryan Acosta, a two-fisted puncher, does well with both hands. He's going to need, once again, a virtuoso performance tonight. Do you expect one, Paulie?
You know, he's fighting a very difficult opponent, and he's fighting that difficult opponent in his hometown. So he's got a lot of things going against him. What he's got going for him, though, is he's a big kid for this weight class, undefeated record, and I think he's deceptive in his record. If you look at his record, you can see the O. You don't see really any opponents that stand out. But like we said before, you know, we've talked about this, is that he's been in camp with Naoya Inoue several times. And if you go back to if Naoya Inoue is calling you back again and again for camp, that means you know how to hang, you know how to fight.
Means you can fight.
So that's a sleeper kind of a good fighter that you may not overlook when you look at his record.
Well, we talked about it on ProBox TV, talking about this fight, the snake in the grass, right? When you and I were talking about our study for Bryan Acosta, one of the things you said, Chris, is there's not a lot of tape on the guy. He's fought in Canada, he's fought overseas, so yeah, there's a little bit of tape, but not a lot. That snake in the grass, you don't know exactly where he is when he strikes.
Well, one thing I do know is he has a no. And that's a big deal. You know, the mentality of having an undefeated record who's never been beaten. You don't know how to get beat. Taking a guy's O, the first loss is always the toughest. So Bryan Acosta is coming with that youthful exuberance, that undefeated mentality. Listen, like you said, he's been in the ring with Naoya Inoue, with Takuma Inoue. He spent time in Japan. This guy thinks that he is next in line, and Cardenas is in his way.
And that's why you watch us. You get those little tidbits. You look at the record on BoxRec, it doesn't tell you he's been in camp with Inoue. You just look at the record. So you need those little tidbits. That makes you want to watch this fight more.
Well, that's why we're here. That's why our headsets on. We are ringside. You see the main event, Ramon Cardenas, Bryan Acosta, coming up.
ProBox TV goes west to the great state of Texas as the Contender Series arrives in San Antonio. Tonight, Ramon Dinamita Cardenas looks to continue his 9-fight winning streak in front of his home crowd and solidify his top 10 status. as he takes on undefeated Mexican Bryan Latino Acosta from Hermosillo. Our co-main event, a 10-round lightweight battle between Shavkat Rakhimov from Uzbekistan and Justin the $1 Million Man Pauldo, who is looking to avenge his disappointing defeat in his last fight. Take a look and see what millions of people are watching. It's Saturday night and ProBox TV's Contender Series is on live.
ProBox TV. That's right, the ultimate boxing underdog at the Boeing Center right now. Great main event on the way. Outstanding co-main event. Fighters who need to bounce back and fighters who need to continue their winning streaks. One of those, Michael Angeletti, 12-0 as a professional. Looking to be at 13 in a row against the 14-3 Judy Flores, the experienced fighter from the Philippines. Shavkat Rakhimov trying to bounce back from the first loss of his career, was a world champion looking to get back in it. Justin Pauldo last time out let a close fight slip away on ProBox TV. Can't do that again. In our main event, Ramon Cardenas versus Bryan Acosta, a combined 45 wins, just one loss. But Bryan Acosta has the O, he has the confidence. Will it be enough against the always tough Ramon Cardenas? Welcome, everybody. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. In our main event, Ramon Cardenas. If there's one weakness, he has the strength, he has the skill, he has the IQ. He can be a slow start. He's taking on a young, undefeated fighter. Can't do that tonight, Chris.
Yeah, when I think about Ramon Cardenas, I think of boxing IQ. I think of two-fisted punching power with both hands. He can hurt you. And then also Joel Diaz. And Joel Diaz himself said it. He speaks so highly about the skills of Ramon Cardenas, how dangerous he is with both those hands. But, like you said, there are times where that IQ can cause him to think a little too long. He'll get stuck in the mud. He can be outworked at times. He can start slow. And that's why we get those wonderful moments in the corner where Joel Diaz is yelling at him, imploring him to go out there and do what he does in the gym. So far, so good. He's been able to do that. But tonight, he's got a guy who throws a lot of punches.
Do you remember being young and stupid and undefeated, Paulie?
Who doesn't?
Yeah, right. 20-0, Bryan Acosta. You need to challenge that stupid and think you can go out there and dominate. Isn't about that youthful exuberance for him tonight?
But sometimes when you're trying to achieve that much, you need to be a little bit ignorant because you need to believe nothing is impossible, right? And I think with Acosta, one thing when we look between the numbers, you say, okay, his record is undefeated, beautiful. But there's not a lot of guys on there that's impressive that he's beaten. But then you look between those numbers and you talk about he's been in camp with the Inoue brothers. And he's not only been in camp with the Inoue brothers, he's been called back and back and back again. So if you're in camp with the Inoue brothers, that means, and you can hang with them and they're continuing to call you back, that means you're good work. And if you're good work for the Inoue brothers, that means that whatever we might not know about you, we might find out tonight. And that means, although Cardenas is coming with a better resume on paper, he's obviously the guy we're looking at. He's the hometown fighter. Listen, Acosta's not Joe showing up as an opponent. It's more than an O he's protecting. It's also his own reputation that he feels that confidence about.
Well, let's talk about confidence. Shavkat Rakhimov, 17-1-1, first loss of his career, lost his world title. We asked about him in the fighting meetings. He just goes, I didn't lose. He doesn't see that as a loss. Coming in with a lot of confidence.
Coming in with a lot of confidence. He's the next world champion. And like you just said, he's fit. He feels like he didn't even lose that world championship. We talked about yesterday, how does it feel, coming off that loss? You take a long way off. He goes, I didn't lose that fight.
Like, he didn't know what we were talking about.
I know lose that fight.
Yeah. It's like, for him, he stays in the gym, stays consistent. He's now coming up in weight. He can let himself breathe a little bit because, listen, even yesterday, we seeing him at my fighter meetings, he was dried out at this weight. So you can imagine how much he may have been struggling to make the 130-pound limit. You get those extra 5 pounds. It was no easy picnic from what we could tell yesterday making this weight, but as we get the cornerman walking right through, hey, no problem. No excuse me. Hey,
He's
guys.
the guy with the bucket. He's the guy
Stay
with the
asleep,
bucket.
guys. No problem. But
We're talking about the confidence of Rock.
There is a production guy that
Rakhimov,
supposed to keep that from happening.
But on the other side, when you look at Justin Pauldo, you've seen flashes of greatness from him, that catch and shoot ability, but he has a tendency to slow down at times in rounds, cannot afford to do that.
Self-admitted, and I tend to agree, he has world-class skills. I mean, the guy, his ability to catch and shoot, his jab, he's big and strong for the weight class. He needs to put it all together tonight. If he can do it tonight against this kind of an opponent, listen, he's got a very bright future.
That's a good fight. That's a good
It's
fight.
going to be an
Really good fight.
outstanding fight, an outstanding card here in San Antonio, Texas. We are ready to get underway. Every single fight, absolutely outstanding. And right now, it is Figo Ramirez versus Jose Lopez. Look at the tail of the tape. Figo Ramirez, just 21 years old, full of confidence, a slight reach advantage. Going to be an incredible fight in the super bantamweight division, scheduled for 6 rounds. We are underway. Crowd is ready. Lupe Contreras is ready to go. Get us started.
We continue with the action inside the Boeing Center at Techport. This is ProBoxTV being presented in association with Texas Boxers and Brawlers and being sponsored by BetOnline, Wild Casino, and GomezLawFights.com. This contest set for a distance of 6 rounds or less in the bantamweight division. Este duelo pactado a 6 vueltas en la división peso gallo. Los jueces son, the judges are Wilfredo Esperón, Rubén Carrión, and Joe Calvi. Presentando la esquina azul, presenting the blue corner, vestido del tricolor mexicano, verde, blanco y rojo, he steps in, wearing the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red on the scale. He registered an official 121 1/4 pounds. Sobre la báscula, marcó un peso oficial de 121 libras y un cuarto. Este veterano aguerrido entra al cuadrilátero en su 8º combate a nivel profesional, con 4 victorias, 3 derrotas y 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this battle-tested veteran enters the Pro Box ring in his 8th bout as a pro with 4 victories, 3 losses, and 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Ridgewood, New York, self-made Jose Lopez. Across the ring in the red corner, wearing black with silver trim en la esquina roja, vestido de negro con vivos plateados, su peso oficial 121 libras y 3 cuartos, his official weight 121 3/4 pounds. Tonight, this former National Golden Gloves champion takes a step up in competition and makes his Pro Box debut, looking to remain undefeated with 7 victories, 3 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche hace su debut en el cuadrilátero de ProBoxTV con un récord invicto de 7 victorias, 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Reppin' Big D, Dallas, Texas, Figo, La Máquina Ramirez. With final instructions of referee Mark Colloy.
Okay, gentlemen, let's go. Chief second fighters. All right, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Ramirez, we've already gone over the rules of the dressing room. I want you to obey my commands at all times. If I say stop, stop whatever you're doing. Listen for my commands. Right in this area and up will be a legal blow. Right in this area and up will be a legal blow. Choking guantes, touch gloves. Let's go to work.
Take the numbers for Jose Lopez, 4-3-3, and throw them right out the window. Robert Garcia is on the Spanish commentary team. He's in the fighter meetings, and he went, this kid ain't no joke. He said he's fought some of my guys. He's better than his record would indicate.
Yeah, I mean, he's the most dangerous 4-3-3 fighter with no knockouts I've ever seen. And this guy comes to fight. He's been on our air a few times. He beat a couple of Robert's guys, and today he was saying, you know,
he said even some of the ones that he didn't get decisions against.
As a coach, he thought that
Robert's like, yeah, my
Lopez
guy got a gift that night in the draw.
Oh, good overhand right there from Lopez off the top.
Figo Ramirez in the silver and black, fighting out of Dallas, Texas.
We had our man Lupe Contreras say that Ramirez is taking a step up, and you might look at the records and be like, step up. This is a journeyman type fight. No, it's not. Yeah. This is a real fight.
Jose Lopez in the green, red, and white.
You see the aggressive body language too with the head movement. Nice jab there.
Yeah, good stab jab to the head, his stomach there.
From Ramirez.
Figo, National Golden Gloves champion, decorated amateur. making that transition to the pros.
Yeah, I watched some tape on him. He's a classical boxer. Fights a great long distance, mid range. Got a nice jab, nice piston jab that he throws with authority. Good hand position throughout. Uses his height and his reach very well.
Good understanding of distance as well, as he's trying to keep Lopez at bay as best he can. As you know, Lopez also that aggressive head movement is trying to. Oh, nice hook there. Lopez gets caught going backwards.
Lopez does take some chances with his hand positioning.
Yeah, and he's got his chin up in the air, Jimmy.
Does tend to drop that hand.
Tell you, if you got a guy who makes guys look bad and he's enthusiastic about fighting, the best way to keep him at bay is with a jab. And keep him basically from being able to fight. You know, you control a guy with a jab. You may want to fight, and he's not able to fight. He's always under control and being domesticated, and that's what Ramirez is trying to do here. As Lopez is trying to close that gap with the head movement.
A few moments ago, Lopez landed a nice sneaky right hand on the top. It was a stab jab down low, and that right hand right there again. It landed on the glove, partially blocked, but there was a lot of flack in that punch. It landed solid.
Last fight was in Steven Navarro, an amateur standout. That was in Las Vegas last April. He's had almost a year off the ring.
Steven Navarro is one of the best prospects in the world today.
Tough dude.
He's phenomenal.
I don't think this guy has ever been on the A side his whole career. And the fighter means, I've been the B side the whole time. I've had to fight hard every single time I've been in there.
He's beating some guys who are 10-1. You know, he's taken a few O's off of opponents. He's gotten draws against guys that were undefeated that he should have gotten the nod for.
Okay, here we go, this box.
And you can see the Ramirez, with a real respectful stance here. You know, he's not trying to get too reckless, trying to overwhelm him. You know, a lot of times you get a guy falling in front of you. You know, you're a national champion. You got to come in and overwhelm him. But Ramirez hasn't taken that approach. He's trying to box real smart and trying to take a proper approach to this fight because he knows that Lopez is not a guy who's just going to lay down for him.
With the clapper, 10 seconds left. Figo Ramirez showing excellent boxing in round number 1.
Time! Right? I can't have you sending straight up. That's the only time he's touching you with that jab is when he's sending straight up without moving your head. Give me that head side to side and then start stabbing to the body with both hands.
Welcome back. Round 2 about to begin. Our first fight, Figo Ramirez versus Jose Lopez. Ramirez from out here in Dallas, Texas, undefeated at 7-0. There's Jose Lopez, 4-3-3. Much tougher than that record would indicate. Boxing clinic in round number 1 from Figo Ramirez. As you said, Chris, no big punches. Didn't necessarily, I'm sorry, Paul, you said wasn't being that aggressive. Not necessarily trying to hurt anyone, but boxing very well.
Yeah, this is what I see when I watch Figo Ramirez. And, again, classical boxer, fights from the outside. Good jab, good 1-2. Very aware of his positioning and maintaining his the right range to use that height advantage. So we saw a lot of that in round 1.
Also, Lopez, the kind of guy that if you start to engage him too much, you let him get confidence. It's what he wants you to do. He wants you to start engaging him because he's looking to engage all the time. So if Ramirez can keep it smart, pick his shots, and stay at a distance where it's height and his reach can be advantageous to him, that's what he's going to want to do against a guy like Lopez who's enthusiastic about trying to get close and fight.
See the fundamentals of, once again, as you mentioned, Golden Glove national champion. See the fundamentals from Ramirez.
Lopez, we've seen on past air being a very good body puncher with both hands. He hasn't gotten close enough yet to make that count.
And he did there, Chan, but he smothered himself.
Yep. Well, he's working so hard to get inside that he'll get a great punch that from CompuBox there of the jab differential here. Ramirez 16 to only 4 landed jabs for Lopez.
It is the stick in the bicycle wheel, that jab all the time. As soon as somebody starts loading up, take a jab to the face. Oh, stuff from Ramirez. Great body shot over the top with the right hand.
Yeah. See how he built off that? Lands a good right hand to the body, comes right back with a right hand over the top.
And he disguised that right hand to the body with a throwaway left hook up top.
A chance of Figo here in Texas.
It was interesting. I thought Figo is his nickname because they like Luis Figo, the soccer player. is interesting to me.
Our resident soccer expert, if you don't know, Wally Malignaggi.
Two vicious left hooks to the body from Lopez there. He's doing that Canelo Alvarez right uppercut up to split the guard, left hook to the liver. Did it twice back to back. There it is again.
Well, that's what Lopez wants.
Good right hand counter.
This is the fight Lopez wants, right? He wants to be able to get close so he can pick those shots. Well, now Ramirez is starting to oblige him a little bit. Oh, good uppercut there by
nice right hand
around it.
Well, Lopez wants to punch with you. That's the thing. He's not going to beat you from the outside, especially a guy with the amateur pedigree and length that Figo has. So he's trying to get him to punch with him so he can catch him in between. This fight's going to get very interesting in round 4 on.
Scheduled for 6. We are 2 rounds in. 30 seconds left to go. Figo Ramirez getting back to his boxing a bit. First time he's taking on a fighter with a winning record.
Ooh. Trading left hooks there. Figo upstairs. Lopez downstairs. Ooh, good right hand over the top from Figo.
You see Lopez right back on him, right on race.
Walking right through these shots.
Both hands. You gotta move both hands. Listen to me. I need to kick it up.
Round number 3 ready to get underway. Look at the corner of Jose Lopez. Another good round for Figo Ramirez, but Lopez had his moments.
Yeah, better round for Lopez. I wouldn't say it was enough to win the round, but he got into more exchanges with Figo, and that's what he wants. There we see that uppercut to the body, overhand, uppercut to the chin, overhand right as well. There's some good left hooks to the liver that were landed by Lopez.
And you see Lopez is cognizant of defense too, as Ramirez is trying to punch in between them. Even Lopez is cognizant of that high guard when he needs to get those hands back up.
Just the difference in how much harder Lopez has to work to get on the inside.
Yeah, and that's because of the Ramirez jab. But you know what? I feel like this round and now at the beginning of this round, Ramirez has allowed him to get close a little more often. Maybe Ramirez wants to oblige and wants to engage, but it does give Lopez a chance to gain confidence and throw his own shots well.
Figo's got some heavy shots coming with that right hand. He loops it, he throws it straight. He's setting down on those punches more, which I think is smart. He needs to get his respect from Lopez, who's been walking through his shots thus far.
Yeah, and Lopez also has been holding position very well too. You know, when Ramirez does shoot shots, he doesn't fly all the way out of the pocket. He still sort of tries to catch and shoot or tries to move his head right from where he's at so that he keeps the pressure on the prospect Ramirez.
Quite a lot of pressure here is Lopez. Ooh, good body shot. Sneaks that in around the elbow. Yeah, a lot of pressure from Lopez this round. But Figo fighting well off the ropes.
Yeah, Figo Ramirez staying calm to this pressure of Lopez. But again, you see he had time to start using that jab, and he's sort of waiting a little bit more now on the outside. Not as busy with the jab as he was in the earlier rounds.
Well, I mentioned about getting the respect. It looks like he's going more to the power punches first rather than leading with the jab like he was in the first 2 rounds.
But then it gives Lopez a chance to do this, champ, you know?
Exactly.
And as Ramirez has gotten more aggressive, he's played a little bit into the strengths of Lopez.
Exactly.
Oh,
nice
big right hand. That rocked Lopez.
Stood him up.
I told you that right hand was coming in with some heat.
And that's what Ramirez is looking for. He's looking to get that respect with shooting those power shots like you were saying, champ.
And now Lopez can't just walk in.
Oof, another good right. Lopez's high stance is leaving his temples basically exposed.
Ooh, big swing and a miss from both guys there.
Ramirez is taking advantage.
Don't push, Ramirez. Don't push, Ramirez.
Champ, you mentioned Lopez not breaking position, but he's breaking stance.
Yeah.
He's getting very square. He's stepping through.
Yeah, he wants to be able to open up his range of options for attack, but it also makes him a bigger target for Figo Ramirez's shots.
Stealing his power. Oh, good dig there. Sinks a nice left hook in to the body there.
He is stubborn, though. You see, he's forcing Ramirez back after those exchanges.
Yeah, Ramirez was forced to fight this round.
Again, less jabs from Ramirez. when he does use it, it does work, but he's less consistent on the jab than Ramirez this round.
Reached the halfway point. Lopez finding some success against the more polished boxer. He's successfully made it a brawl. There are fights, gentlemen, where we think, God, how is this person going to win this fight? And there are other ones we go, well, it looks like he can keep doing what he's doing. Lopez has kind of found a way to make it a little bit more of an inside brawl, to make it less comfortable for Ramirez. Is that a fair way to say it?
There's still a lot of fight left. You know, we've got 3 rounds. We're halfway through. He ate some big shots that round, but he's making it more and more of a fight that Lopez wants to be in. Even though he's not winning these rounds, he's making this fight closer and closer to where he wants it to be.
Yeah, and on the part of Ramirez, Figo Ramirez is getting the work you want your prospect to get. I don't know if Lopez is winning this fight. I think Ramirez may still be ahead in this fight, but I also think Ramirez is having to work for the win, and that's sort of what you want your prospect to deal with. Some adversity, but at the same time, the ability to still win the fight.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has won all 3 of the previous rounds as we begin round number 4. This one's scheduled for 6. Figo Ramirez in the black and silver. Take on Jose Lopez in the white, green, and red. Now getting a little bit lower in his stance.
Yeah, because Figo went back to the jab. He's fighting at a range. Popping out that jab. He's not allowing Lopez to walk in the way he did in round 3. I'm sure he got an admonishment from his corner. What happened to the jab? Get back to the jab. Because rounds 1 and 2, it was pretty easy to see that Ramirez is in control with that left hand. But round 3, you allow a guy like Lopez too close, he lands some big shots. You don't know what the judges could be thinking. Judges love aggression.
Look at the total punches, 65-36. Look at that round number 3. It's starting to get closer and closer and closer.
And it seems that way. If you look at those stats, and it seems that's what it looks like we're seeing so far. Each round, Lopez getting closer and closer, landing more and more. Is it enough to win the rounds? That's the question. Probably not. But he's, again, making this fight where he wants it to be.
And we're coming into the second half of the fight now, and then Lopez having a pretty good round so far in round 4.
He's pinning Figo here, just really bullying him in that corner.
And Paulie, could there be something about the confidence? This is a guy who's used to taking on people who don't have winning records, and Lopez is still in his face. Do you start questioning yourself at a point if you're undefeated?
Possibly, but I'll tell you what, I think Ramirez went into this fight knowing Lopez was a step up. I think he came into this fight knowing that he wasn't just going to punch him in the face and he was going to go away. So I still see Ramirez being calm, even if uncomfortable at moments. And I think he's boxed a relatively smart fight through 3 rounds, but we'll see how the second half of the fight goes, as Lopez is really putting on the pressure this round.
I mean, there was a good 45 seconds where Lopez had Figo pinned against those ropes, just unloading with both hands. A lot of stuff landing on the elbows and the arms, but that still hurts.
Yeah, and Ramirez also just missed a couple of shots too, also missing and not landing cleanly, also takes some energy out of you. And no jabs for Ramirez. You see on the outside, no jab. Opportunity here to start to get control with the jab. There was a jab there, but that was only because Lopez forced him after his own shot. Again, right here, you got moments where you can be jabbing. He falls in with the jab and allows Lopez now to get to work.
Good slicing overhand right there from Lopez on the way out.
Said it perfectly, champ. Discomfort. Lopez trying to make this a very uncomfortable fight for Figo Ramirez. Phone booth kind of fight.
Yeah. Sharp shots from Ramirez too, though, on the inside.
Yeah. Ramirez does have a good inside game.
Body shot there from Lopez. He's got some nice digging shots in there this round.
But see, Champ, how he keeps his head off the line too. He's dipping and dodging, which one is defensive, but also creates openings for the body shots on both sides. Ramirez is in a real test tonight.
Listen, Lopez got a good trainer, Jose Guzman. In his
excellent
corner,
trainer. A couple times New York State Golden Glove champ. Got some big wins in the amateurs.
Yeah, young trainers. A lot of people don't know about Jose Guzman, but he knows.
Working with a lot of top amateurs in New York City right now. Working with the national team as well.
Well, in that round, I mean, Lopez had Figo in the corner for quite a bit, but coming back and finishing strong late in the round, that's a tough round to score.
I mean, Lopez did some excellent work, and listen, it's really hard.
Oh, nice headbutt, yeah.
Nice little headbutt with a body shot.
Yeah, make up all the little tricks make you uncomfortable. Throw the body shot, add the head in there, That's it.
If there was a round you were going to give to Lopez, that was it.
That would have been
it's
it.
very difficult to spend a minute or more on the
And also,
back on the ropes and win a
He
round.
put the pressure on and he forced Ramirez to fight his fight. Yes, Ramirez landed a couple of good shots, but I can't see Lopez not winning the round 4. And that's what I was saying about. That's the first round of the second half of the fight. Let's see how things will play out here.
Take a look at some of the footwork here.
Yeah, see, we talked about how hard Lopez is working to get on the inside when he's got a longer guy. But you see him, he's using that deceptive head movement. He's stepping through with both feet to both sides. Using a lot of energy, but at times it's being effective.
Again, you see on the way in, you see Ramirez try to punch Lopez on the way in, missed all the shots, and Lopez managed to find his way in.
Lopez is in some
Again,
shape.
I just can't understand why Ramirez has gone away from the jab. I mean, it's the other stuff might be more fancy and it's nicer, but it also complicates your life against a guy like Lopez when the jab was working so well.
Lopez, round 5, coming in with a lot of confidence.
Nobody punched. Take a step back.
Yeah, coming off that last round where he looked like he was bullying Ramirez, trying to build off that, see if he can put some more rounds in the bank. Ooh, good right hand.
Right off the jab, though. You see the jab, little throwaway left hook, right hand. Again, you establish your distance, and if you establish your distance, Lopez has a harder time getting in range to make things uncomfortable. But if you allow Lopez to get in range,
just like this,
he gets the fight he wants.
But also, champ, at that range, you hit Lopez with shots that he doesn't see, tend to have more of an effect on him. On the inside, he sees them.
Yeah, and Ramirez is creative enough where he uses deception like feints and throwaway punches to where at that range he has good control.
Also, gentlemen, a lot of times in the back half of fights like this, after a few rounds, sometimes you feel like that can't hurt you. I've taken some good punches. Ramirez, 7 wins, only 3 knockouts. Could it be Lopez kind of, he's taking the shots and he's still in it.
And Lopez has only been stopped once, and that was by Navarro, who's, like I mentioned, how good he is. There was a big right hand there from Ramirez, gets the respect of Lopez.
Only 3 jabs landed for Ramirez in round number 4. Paulie, you talked about it, getting away from the jab. It isn't working for him like it was in the first couple rounds.
And that's a situation where the CompuBox app shows you what we saw. We saw he got away from the jab, he had a bad round. So that's when those numbers are low there in the jab department, you're going to see him have more and more trouble.
Ramirez a little bit busier on the jab this round than he was last round. Still not as busy as I'd like to see him, but you can already see the difference in the round as he's been using that jab, and it's sort of forced Lopez into some mistakes. Although now Lopez gets close. You see Ramirez cognizant. He's not trading on the inside. He's like, let me get back. Let me try to establish a distance. I think what he went back to do in this round is at least understanding what his distance should be. Even if he may be too tired to be as busy on the jab as he wants to be, he's not trying to spend too much time at close range. You see, when Lopez gets close, he's trying to get out of there. As opposed to the previous round, Lopez got close and Ramirez obliged him with fighting on the inside.
Yeah, definitely a better round for Figo Ramirez.
He's also not languishing on the ropes like he did last round.
You got to know who you are, but more importantly in boxing ring, you got to know who you aren't. I mean, Ramirez, especially if you're not a big puncher. Ramirez 7-0, 3 knockouts, has to know his ticket to victory, what it is every fight, and what his ticket to not use
nice
is
shot
also.
from Lopez.
Caught Ramirez trying to get out. Ramirez was trying to get off those ropes.
Leaping right hook from actually from the southpaw position. We mentioned that.
Good hook. Wow, Lopez.
They fight to the bell.
And Lopez trying to steal it.
Around. You letting him off, you letting him box. Stop letting him box. Don't give him no space. Listen, you need
This is the 6th and final round.
Final round about to get underway. It has been a very entertaining scrap. Figo Ramirez versus Jose Lopez. Figo Ramirez putting his 7-0 record on the line. Looked great in the first 3 rounds. Lopez come back a little bit in the back half. Question, of course, is winning this round enough? Draw might be a possibility, although it gave Ramirez the last round. What do you say, Chris?
I think both these guys are going to come out looking to establish themselves this round. They both got to lock it in because this fight very much could be, on the table.
The balance here. You can't take a chance.
A draw is possible.
Oh man, Lopez came out fighting. He's not going to leave. He doesn't want to leave it up to chance.
Guy came out guns blazing.
against the ropes. That's where he has been at his best in this fight.
And also just in trading situations where they're both punching. You know, Lopez has that tricky side-to-side head movement. He goes to the body, he punches with you. And obviously Figo has the advantage on the outside. He's got that vaunted amateur background. He's got the length, the height. Looks to be a little bit bigger in there as well.
Lopez trying to make sure he closes this fight.
Oh, good body shot from Figo. Yeah. That was really good.
I think Lopez felt that he's staying in tight.
That hurt him. Ooh, clash of heads. Oh, right back to it. Good shot again.
And he sends it too.
Oh, he's digging hard now. Is Ramirez.
You called it, Paul. I think he feels those body shots.
Yeah, for sure. You can see it.
Ramirez trying to capitalize on it. Uppercut to the breadbasket. Lopez, man, you see why he's the toughest 3-3 fighter in boxing.
Big overhand right there, but he's still getting rocked right with those body shots.
Don't use your head, Lopez. Don't use your head.
I've been impressed with the power of Ramirez. You know, obviously not a big puncher. He only has 3 KOs, but I can see some heat in that right hand when he does sit down on it.
Oh, good
body shot again. Good round for both of these guys.
It just seems like those body shots early in the round kind of took a little steam out of Lopez. That hurt. He had to regroup after that.
Yeah, it seems like
he was very enthusiastic until those body shots. But that's the thing. Body shots will take the steam out of you quick.
And it seems like now, even now, when as soon as he starts getting something going, Ramirez goes right back down to the body and slows him down just enough.
Yeah, both guys have gone to the body well this fight. I think that's also been part of what has been effective for both guys.
Yeah, for 2 guys with less than 10 fights, it's impressive to see them go to the body this effectively.
Yeah, both guys staying in the trenches. A little arm weary from both sides. Maybe it hasn't been on body shots from both guys, right?
Yeah, right.
Both guys a little arm weary with these shots on the inside. Nice little uppercut by Lopez.
Both guys been forced to work the entire time.
Yep.
There hasn't been a lot of breaks for either guy.
Nah, both guys are going for it in this round. It's going to be a tough fight to score.
Little shots in round 6, I say, belonging to Ramirez, but Lopez has been in it.
Lopez is southpaw, he's an orthodox, he's throwing hooks with both hands.
Ooh. But again, deceptive record on the part of Lopez, and this is why. You've just seen why.
It's like an animal. What an entertaining fight. Right here, the final bell up to the judges now.
Great job from both these guys. Excellent, excellent scrap.
Exactly what we bring you here on ProBox TV. 50-50 all-action fights.
Yeah, we don't look at the records. We look at whether they know how to fight. If we make a match here on ProBox TV, you bet your bottom dollar it's going to be a match worth watching.
David, hats off to Figo Ramirez coming in undefeated. He didn't fight like, on the A side, this guy's going to lay down. He fought hard.
No,
he fought like he knew this guy was better than his record.
In the fighter meeting, they knew the guy was tough. They had watched him, and they showed up in that way. And you see, these guys started hot and heavy right off the bat. But at the beginning, it was a lot of Ramirez fighting from distance, using that jab. Looked like he was in control from the outside. But more and more, Lopez with attrition, just pushing forward, forcing the action. Pushing Ramirez against the rope, letting those hands go. Big shot there from Ramirez. Got the respect of Lopez, but Lopez then started to keep coming forward.
Yeah, Lopez never made it comfortable. You know, he's going to be the kind of opponent for any prospect that even if you can beat him, you're the real deal. You know, he's going to eliminate the pretenders from the contenders, so to speak. But even if you beat him, you're going to have to work your way through it.
He very well may end up being a 500 fighter tonight, 4-4.
Yep.
You know, but again, he's going to be super dangerous for any of these prospects out there.
Yeah, the wrong matchmaker will take their own prospect who's not ready against them and get him beat.
Cardenas ready to make this one official. He has the scorecard.
This is the consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Damas y caballeros, después de completar la distancia, consultamos a la tarjeta oficial para determinar un vencedor. Los jueces Esperón y Carrión entregan tarjetas idénticas de 59 a 55. Judges Esperón and Carrión turn in identical scorecards of 59 to 55. Y el juez Calvi anotó 58 a 56. Judge Calvi scores it 58 to 56. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. La máquina. Figo Ramirez.
Sounds about right to me. One judge gave Gave Lopez 2 rounds. The other 2 gave him 1. Fair enough. It was that fourth round where he came out strong.
Yeah, that was the round I said. If you're ever going to give him a round, it was that round. A lot of those rounds were close, competitive.
Yep.
And Ramirez had to fight his way to win every single one of them. So, Lopez did his job.
You had to earn that one, and that's what you want in a young prospect, and that's why you pick a guy like Jose Lopez who's going to push you. We take a look at the numbers there.
Look at how much Lopez threw in this fight. 421. Only landed at 21%, but man, he threw a lot of punches.
But also, he forced Ramirez to throw 386 punches. That's a lot of punches for him. In a 6-round fight, both guys were very, very active, and that was because Lopez was pushing the action. But Ramirez stayed calm under pressure, was able to get back to that jab at times, weathered the storm when he was on the ropes, and landed enough big shots to get respect. Really good win for Ramirez tonight.
What do you know? Robert Garcia was right about a fighter. Yeah, I don't believe it. Right? He called. He says a very tough fighter at 4-3-3. He now moves to 4-4. A 500 fighter, but a dangerous 500.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see him again against some undefeated prospect who he's going to push to the limit as well.
Yeah, Figo Ramirez moves to 8-0. More to come here on ProBox TV, including our main event. But up next, Michael Angeletti, undefeated, versus Judy Flores. Can he make it 13-0? That is the question. Only way to find out. Stay with us right here on ProBox TV.
February 19th, ProBox TV makes its California debut as the first ever boxing event at the iconic Chicken Ranch Casino Resort. In the main event, world-class amateur-turned-pro Gabriel Flores Jr. defends his regional WBA title in a clash you won't want to miss. February 19th, be there. Click below to get your tickets now.
San Antonio, Texas. We walked right by that to go to the Riverwalk last night. Had an amazing time. I got to say, hanging out with Juan Manuel Marquez is kind of like hanging out with Elvis on the streets of San Antonio. Had a great time, ate some great food, and also people got to talk to the Mexican legend, Juan Manuel Marquez. Absolutely incredible. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, just getting started. Great first fight. We saw, of course, that idea that there's no A side, no B side, fits fight. Great way to start, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ramirez, I think, showed a lot tonight. He really showed his class, his level. He had a very tough guy in front of him in Jose Lopez, but he did what he needed to do. He was tested tonight. He was put in the hot water, and he did well.
That's what we need, and if you do that, we'll bring you back. And the person in charge of that, that's right, the boss here at ProBox TV, Gary Jonas, about this card tonight. His thoughts on putting it together. Here he is.
We're excited, man, because we're stepping it up, right? We sort of promised the fans that we're going to graduate the levels that we're able to put out there little by little. So this February 8th in San Antonio, this card is definitely a step in that direction. All these guys are really top 10 fighters. And it starts off the show with Ramon Cardenas from San Antonio. He's 25-1, number 2 in the WBA. He's taken on Acosta at 20-0. That's a really tough fight. I mean, Ramon's basically waiting to fight anyway. And while he's waiting, he has to stay busy. He has to take fights. This is a challenging one. He's not going at it lightly here. So this is going to be a war. Cardenas cracks like a mule. He's kind of a bitter Biev of his weight class. And Acosta throws a ton of punches. So I expect that to be a phenomenal fight. Rakhimov, Russian guy, he was ex-champion, beat Zelfa Barrett to win a vacated belt, lost at the next fight out to Joe Cardenas, which, again, most people thought he won that fight. So it could have very well been the undefeated champion at this point. He's making his comeback at 35 now, and he's fighting Pauldo. For those of you who watch our stuff, Justin Pauldo was on a roll at ProBox TV, looking really, really good. He lost a controversial decision to Madueño, but he arguably won that fight. And he'll be rolling in here with one loss on a roll, and a head-on collision against Rakhimov. So Rakhimov and Pauldo's a great fight. Turkey and Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, Oscar, Bob Arum, Top Rank, PBC. They are so rabid right now, fighting with each other and chasing the shiny object, chasing the stars. And it's like one of those things where they're so consumed with chasing the stars that I'm like, they're leaving all these really good fighters are falling through the cracks. They're being ignored. And I'm like, okay, hey, listen, man, there's a bunch of these guys and I'm alone. Come on, guys, come over here with me. Come to ProBox TV. You guys are very good fighters. Let's go ahead and put a show on for the fans at a high level. And, so it's kind of working out that way, ironically. But there's a lot of fighters, a lot of good fighters out there. And boxing has always had never enough placement for them. So part of it is that there was always good fighters there. You just had to have the desire to put it together. You had to have the freedom of having your own channel. We're not dependent on TV networks to give us dates. The rest of them are all on that unfortunate circumstance, but we're not.
When you look at it, that is the niche we are filling. Paul, we're bringing those 50-50 fights. The up-and-comers, the next champion. That's what you see on ProBox TV.
Yeah, and then, like I said, I've made this comparison time and again. Boxing lost the Showbox level, the ESPN Friday Night Fights level, the the USA Tuesday Night Fights level for us older heads. But you know what? It's not completely disappeared. It has a home in boxing, and it's needed. And I feel like ProBox TV has brought that back. And I feel like we're doing even better. It's not just good records we match up against one another. It's good records that are, if you look through between the lines, they have substance.
And as you always say, they have trouble with the odds makers with our fights, right? They
If you've been watching long enough, you get a lot of upsets on ProBox TV.
That's what we do. Michael Angeletti right now a minus 2,500 favorite over Judy Flores. Michael Angeletti undefeated, but Judy Flores 14-3 as a professional. A step up for the undefeated fighter. Can Angeletti show us that he is championship caliber? That is the question tonight. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Michael Angeletti 28, Judy Flores 26. Both guys right in their physical prime. The height advantage going to Michael Angeletti. Also a 5-inch reach advantage for the fighter out of New Orleans, Louisiana. Let's get it going.
We continue inside the Boeing Center at Techport. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Texas Boxers and Brawlers, and being sponsored by Bet Online, Wild Casino, and GomezLawFights.com. This contest set for 10 rounds in the bantamweight division. Este duelo pactado una distancia de 10 vueltas en la división peso gallo. Los jueces son, the judges are Charles Weaver, Rubén Carrión, and Joe Calvi. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with camouflage trim, presentando la esquina azul. Vestido de negro con vivos en camuflaje. Su peso oficial, 118 libras y 3 cuartos. His official weight, 118 3/4 pounds. Esta noche, este filipino aguerrido hace su debut en ProBox TV con 14 victorias, 3 derrotas, 8 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this rugged Pinoy fighter makes his ProBox TV debut with 14 victories against 3 losses, 8 of those victories coming by way of KO. From General Santos City, Cotabato del Sur, the Philippines, Judy King Cobra Flores. Across the ring in the red corner, wearing brown with white trim en la esquina roja, vestido de café con vivos blancos, su peso oficial, 117 libras y 3 cuartos, his official weight, 117 3/4 pounds. Tonight, he returns to the ProBox TV ring, looking to remain undefeated as a pro with 12 victories. 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche, regresa al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, buscando mantenerse invicto a nivel profesional con 12 victorias, 7 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Repping the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana, and fighting out of Houston, Texas, Michael Angeletti. Our referee, Ramos.
Gentlemen, I gave you the instruction. I give you the instruction of the dressing room. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Blows on the waistline are good. Watch your heads. Fight hard. Fight clean. Touch him up.
Ready to get underway. Michael Angeletti, 12-0, 7 knockouts. And those 12 wins look outstanding his last time out on ProBox TV. Looking to do the same tonight. As we begin round number 1. Asamados against Geraldo Valdez. That was a clinic. Wasn't able to get the finish, but great boxing performance against Valdez throughout. It was back in October.
Angeletti, man, one of the biggest, longest bantamweights I've ever seen. 5'9.5", 72-inch reach at 117 pounds.
Yeah, in his stance, he knows he's got that height, and he knows how to stay behind it as well. Trying to establish that jab here early on in round 1.
If you look at Judy Flores' fights, he's generally a counter puncher. He has never been stopped. There's that tendency to kind of wait for his opponent to strike first. It's been an issue against aggressive fighters, against combination punchers.
Well, the thing is, if you're a counter puncher against an Angeletti, you're might be waiting for a while, because it's imperative that you get on the aggressiveness against a guy like Angeletti, who's tall and will sit behind the jab and just beat you with that if you sit there waiting too long.
And make you reach and then make you pay for it.
10 of his 13 opponents, including this one, have been against fighters with winning records. He has taken a tough road to get here to 12-0.
Ooh, which right hand, right down the middle by Angeletti. Flores took it well, but it was right on the chin.
That length, throws a jab and has a hook as soon as Flores comes in and try to take advantage of it.
Well schooled, very technical, maintains distance really well, has good eyes and reactions, great athleticism.
It's going to be very interesting, because Angeletti doesn't give you much. He gives you the jab, so he's not going to let, if you're going to try to be a counterpuncher like Flores tends to try to be, he's not going to give you a lot of the openings. I mean, he's not going to give up his height like that. So I feel like it's up to Flores to try to figure out ways to come down the inside. Right now, when he has given the effort, he just tried to come in through the front door, and it's been pretty basic, and Angeletti has seen it coming.
If Flores is here to win this fight, he's going to learn pretty quick that he cannot be the counterpuncher, and he's going to have to come forward and put some pressure.
Angeletti's too tall. It's hard to counterpunch a taller guy who knows how to use his height.
And who maintains distance. He's going to make you'll be swinging for the fences all night long. And Angeletti's okay with that, because he gets you off balance and then he cracks you with a right hand.
So far, Angeletti doing basically what we expected, boxing well from the outside. He has phenomenal speed, athleticism, gets in and out very quickly.
He landed some good sharp counters with the right hand as well. Flores is showing that durability.
Problem is, on commentary, if we're talking about your toughness, your durability, that means you're taking a lot of punches. Oh, good right hand. Beautiful shot.
Angeletti took that well.
Yeah, best one so far for Flores.
Lo, taas ka na yung kamot kay counter siya. Tama kayo yung timing ka lang yun.
Ready to begin round number 2. Michael Angeletti undefeated at 12-0, but Flores landing a good right hand.
That was that sneaky straight right hand I mentioned. That was a beautiful, beautiful shot right down the middle. But then back came Flores at the end of the round.
You see the way he sets it up with his shoulder to his shoulder. You see he throws that deceptive low to get Angeletti looking low, and then he shoots the right hand up high.
Always doing something. Do this front knee, get set, get up.
That was great replays by the truck there. Got two guys landing right hands about as clean as you can land them.
Also, the reminder to Angeletti not to get too complacent. As he's controlling this distance, he's still got to be careful with the sudden rushes of Flores.
There's again with that right hand from Flores.
It's still, something you should see coming. It's not disguising it very well as Flores. I mean, he disguised it with the good punch to the shoulder or chest when he landed the right hand, but the entrance to close the gap is not really that disguised.
It's right in the front door.
Look at the power of Angeletti pushing Flores to the ground. So far, Angeletti not throwing a lot of combinations, gentlemen. You feel he needs to change in round number 2. He was content to kind of stay behind the jab in round 1.
Honestly, if he's just more consistent with the jab, I don't even think he needs combinations. I think he can control.
Oh, another good right hand.
Hey, with 2 right hands there.
Punches in round number 1. Angeletti landing 9 total punches to Flores' 7.
If he allows Flores to get in and land shots, though, then he's going to have to, do more than just jab. You can control a guy like Flores. If Flores waits so long, you can control him with just your lead hand, but you're not consistent with it, and you're going to let him get on the inside. Then, of course, in order to win these rounds, you're going to need to use both hands.
And I mentioned in the open, Flores is an explosive guy, and we're seeing that. He's exploding through the front door with that big overhand right.
There might be a cut on the right eye of Flores. I don't know if that was a clash of heads.
That was from early in the round. It looks more like a red abrasion.
Red abrasion.
But it does look like it's swelling a bit.
Yeah, just next to the right eye. Angeletti was PBC's Prospect of the Year in 2022.
And you can see there's a lot to work with Angeletti. It's can he put it all together. Right now, at times, Flores does get inside him with his rushes. Smothered himself there, though.
Also, that awkward style, he's just tough to time. Flores comes in with a really weird, sneaky counterattack.
Well, it's very start-stop. And we had asked about him. I had asked about his nickname, his fighting ring name. And, we had Stingray on the paper, but he says, no, it's King Cobra. And if you think about his style, it actually makes more sense. He's very explosive. He comes very start-stop. He will wait, and then he fires and explodes.
I tell you what, though, the problem with Champ is that Angeletti's jab is also start-stop. Because if Angeletti's jab was more consistent, I think there would be less opportunities for Flores to just try to rush in like this.
Flores did a good job of being awkward and making it comfortable. Which is what you want to do when you got a guy who's very classy and technical, the way Angeletti is. Oh, good right hand again.
You got to be careful with those right hands.
Can't need too many of those.
10 seconds left. Will the inactivity be catching up a little bit to Angeletti?
Nakuha ni mo yung kuhan. Hadlock mo siya. Double your face up and freeze them, and then touch. Touch, get back, then we'll add up that way. Don't go for the home run yet. Don't go for the home run yet. Aim all your shots.
Some sound advice in the corner in between rounds. But first, let's take a look at the replay of round number 2. Some of the action from there, Chris.
I think we're going to see a lot of right hands from Flores. I mean, he was good that round. He landed like 3-4 good right hands over the top. Those are a little bit glancing, but there were some cleaner ones there. Again, to your point, Champ, Angeletti got away from being consistent with the jab and is allowing opportunities to Flores to come in the front door.
Yeah, and he's a little up high as well. So if you're going to be in...
Oh, I'm going to cut over the eye.
Is it of Angeletti?
Angeletti, left eye.
Yep.
As you said, him getting tall, he got tall and got headbutted.
And that's the thing, too, because Flores is a threat with headbutts because he flies in with his head. When he does rush in, he rushes in like a bulldozer.
Gentlemen, a big question we haven't really addressed is, in rounds where there aren't a lot of big punches, a couple right hands can win you the round. Flores can win the round based on a couple of good right hands. Am I wrong?
I give Flores last round.
Yeah, because it allows you to steal it because there's not a lot of consistency on the part of Angeletti. Again, I feel like Angeletti could win these rounds just with a lead hand, but he's very inconsistent with it.
But also, Champ, I feel like he's a guy... He's trying to do everything perfect. He wants every jab to land perfectly. He doesn't have any throwaway jabs. He's not taking the shoulder. It's very hard to control if you're trying to land every jab.
Yeah, you can't aim it. You just got to shoot it. You got to shoot it to the different areas: the chest, the head, the neck, the shoulder, whatever.
Uppercuts. I mentioned the awkwardness, like shots like that. There's again.
Oh, Flores is tough. I tell you, man, don't air seniors in the corner, man. It doesn't have any. It's not a bunch of schmucks in the corner of Flores. You know, he's got a capable team.
Hey guys, how about that betting line? Plus 2,500.
Yeah, minus 1,100. No, minus 2,500 was Angeletti. Plus 1,100 was
$1,000 on $100.
Yeah, 1,100. Got to get the extra hundo.
Give me a break.
It was a combination from Angeletti, which we haven't seen a lot of. You mentioned that, Jimmy.
Yeah, and Paulie, something you always talk about, counterpunches, feint. Make them counter when there's nothing there. We haven't seen a lot of feints.
That was the exact instruction from the corner. Give me a double feint freezer.
And that the thing is, Angeletti does feint at times, but he doesn't punch a lot off those feints. You know, you got to show that when you feint, you also know how to punch off the feints. I'm not saying punch every time off the feints, but you got to punch sometimes off the feint. Otherwise, a guy knows it's a false alarm.
Nice straight jab from Angeletti there.
Oh, good body shot.
Good. He's seeing the feet were tangled up. They were not. That was a good body shot.
I heard that.
I felt that. This might be over, gentlemen. That's it.
Just like that.
Beautiful body shot finish. Wow. Straight to the liver from Angeletti.
And just when you were starting to question, should he do this a little bit better? Should he do that a little bit better? Ends the fight emphatically with a body shot.
But gentlemen, he changed his offense up. We hadn't seen a lot of body work up to that point. He was forced to change it up because of the success of Flores. Is that how you see it, Chris?
Absolutely. I mean, he was forced to. He had to. He was getting hit with shots. He started seeing the fight slip away at times. That last round, he could have given it to Flores. We're going to see this right hand, bang. But it was also, he started throwing more combinations. He threw the jab, he threw the hook, then he threw the right hand, as opposed to single shots or counters. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's one of those scraping shots. Yeah, that'll bust your
ribs, dude.
That'll bust your rib. Those are bad.
Yeah, and Flores was starting to fight well. He was gaining confidence. He was even flying in with a few headbutts just for the, just for GP's general principle, and then he took the body shot instead.
Great stuff from Angeletti. Flores gave everything he could. You're going to hear another replay of this. We're going to lay out so you all can hear the audio. I'm telling you, we felt it ringside. You'll get to hear it now. Check it out.
Similar area to Roy Jones.
Virgil Hill, yeah. It looks like a glancing blow,
but I'm telling you,
but you heard it.
Even the way it sounds, I'm telling you, that's the shot Roy landed on Virgil Hill 25 years ago. That still is so famous in boxing for any of us that's seen it. It's obviously we're not on as big of a level here, but I'm telling you, I haven't seen a shot like that since that punch is usually the body shots are to the liver or to the solar plexus that end fights. You see shots land there, but they don't typically end fights. When you land it just perfect, and we haven't seen it in 25 years. It's Roy Jones versus Virgil Hill. A shot on that side with that kind of punch. Make that kind of thud, no less.
Yep.
Ends the fight.
By the way, that snapped Virgil Hill's ribs. Broke his ribs in that fight.
I remember watching on my grandfather. My father goes, he broke his whole side of his body.
Flores having trouble pulling away his glove on that side.
Oh, yeah,
no. I could see his rib being busted as well.
Great adjustment from Angeletti in a fight that was back and forth. Can't take it away from Flores.
Listen, Angeletti looked fantastic in round one. He looked like everything we've talked about. Super sharp, super technical. Lands that big jab, but he ate a good right hand at the end of the round. I think we're going to see that right there. You're like, okay, there's opportunities for Flores.
I like what Angeletti has. I like what I see. I want to see more confidence in his own self-belief of being the boss.
Yes.
Sometimes there's a bit too much waiting and too many lulls for my liking for a guy who has all this talent and all this physical presence as well. Great body shot again. We see it again there. But I think, sometimes he can impose himself as the boss in the fight, and that doesn't mean the ball.
To a degree, he did right here, because I really feel like he looked at this fight like, oh man, this thing is slipping away from me here in round two. Yeah, and he came back in round three, asserting himself. Maybe
he was going to assert himself with more consistency as the fight progressed. We just didn't see it progress.
We didn't get there.
Incredible performance. He moves to 13-0. Lupe Contreras, make it official.
Inside the ProBox TV ring, referee Angel Mendez Ramos reaches the count of 10 with an official time of 2 minutes 21 seconds of round number 3. Damas caballeros, el referee completa el conteo de 10 con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos 21 segundos del tercer episodio. Declaring the winner by way of knockout, declarando el vencedor por knockout Still undefeated, Michael Angeletti.
Incredible performance, shattering the ribs more than likely of Judy Flores. Flores, who had some success, but man, that body shot wasn't even. As soon as he counted past 5, I went, this is over. He's not getting up.
Angeletti gave him the 2 ribs and a biscuit deal
in
round number 3.
Don't take that deal. Don't take that deal if you can. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Michael Angeletti. Look at the punch count here from Angeletti. Not a big difference between him and Flores, 29 to 24.
And Jimmy, that was my point. The fight, Flores was willing himself back into the fight with his awkwardness, with his explosiveness, with just making Angeletti uncomfortable. And listen, what beats being uncomfortable is being the man, being the boss. And Angeletti did that in round 3.
It's all about making your opponent uncomfortable. But the jabs, Angeletti, 19 to Flores' 6. Not consistent enough for my broadcast partner, Paulie Malignaggi. Thought he should throw a few more jabs.
But also, champ, 34.5% of your jabs is actually a very high percentage for landing jabs. And we were talking about how he wants to be perfect. He wants to land every single jab.
Yeah, and sometimes, especially with jab statistics, you don't always want to land every jab. Sometimes you want to use those throwaway jabs to set up right hands or hooks or whatnot. So, no complaints, but you can see what Angeletti's capable of. He's capable of even more.
Yeah, he's capable of finishing an opponent with one shot, but we are just getting started. Coming up next, our co-main event, Shavkat Rakhimov taking on Justin Pauldo. Don't go anywhere here on ProBox TV.
February 19th, ProBox TV makes its California debut as the first ever boxing event at the iconic Chicken Ranch Casino Resort. In the main event, world-class amateur-turned-pro Gabriel Flores Jr. defends his regional WBA title in a clash you won't want to miss. February 19th, be there. Click below to get your tickets now.
Here in San Antonio, Texas. What a great fight we just witnessed. 3rd round knockout for Michael Angeletti. Make no mistake, this co-main event could end in a very similar fashion. Shavkat Rakhimov, 17 wins, 14 of those by knockout. That's an incredibly high percentage for this weight class. If you think his opponent, Justin Pauldo, is out of his depth, doesn't believe he can win, got to tell you, you are very much mistaken. He's a veteran of ProBox TV. He's used to our 50-50 all-action fights. He knows he has a tough one ahead of him, but it's a great opportunity for him as well. How does he see this fight? Well, here is Justin Pauldo in his own words.
What's your thought about that mental battle heading into this fight, that confidence going in?
He's just another fighter to me. He laces his gloves up the same way I lace mine up. So that's about it.
Justin, Rakhimov being a southpaw, anything in particular stands out to you about him besides that southpaw stance, or anything he does differently as a southpaw, being he's a European southpaw? Also, he's also an ex-world champion. Does that bring out more motivation for you? Does that do something for you mentally going into the fight?
Well, that's always a motivating factor. A guy who has a great resume, and he'll look good on my resume. But I fought southpaw before, and I beat all of them, and he'll be another one.
How does that all play into this fight? Him being inactive, him being a smaller guy, and the fact that it's going to be much closer to your backyard than his.
Well, I fought in San Antonio quite a few times, and it'd be nice to fight there again. But I really don't get caught up in all those extra things, as in he's a smaller guy, he's coming up or inactive. I'm looking forward to facing the best fighter, the best of him on the 8th. So I'm training to be at my best.
Laser focused is Justin Pauldo. He is in the ring right now. We see his team in the red on your right. Let's see what the odds makers think of this one. It is Shavkat Rakhimov once again. I can say I like this number, minus 2,500. Judy Flores plus 1,100.
Wrong. That's the wrong numbers.
Oh,
wrong
I'm sorry.
wrong fighters.
That's the wrong fighter. Judy Flores on the bottom. I'm assuming Rakhimov is a minus 2,500 favorite.
I don't know. How's that possible if they're the same exact odds? There's no
they're
way.
not. That's a mistake.
That's a mistake. There's no shot that they're the same odds as
the
they
real odds in a minute, I am sure.
The odds on this fight are very close.
Man, they must really love that number. They must love minus 2,500 for some reason.
Guys, go check out the odds on your own, guys. Don't take those odds. Those ain't the odds.
Take a look at that tail of the tape. We know we got that right. They're both 30 years old. You see the height differential only half an inch. But the reach advantage belonging to Justin Pauldo also at 135. When you look at it, this is Shavkat Rakhimov moving up to this weight class, but he was sucked up. Look at his face. It was a very tough cut. He's going to be the bigger man. Let's get it started.
We continue with the action inside the Boeing Center at Techport. This is ProBoxTV being presented in association with Texas Boxers and Brawlers. Being sponsored by Bet Online, Wild Casino, and GomezLawFights.com. This contest, our co-featured bout of the evening, set for 10 rounds in the lightweight division. Este es el duelo coestelar de la noche, pactado a 10 vueltas en la división peso ligero. Los jueces son, the judges are Wilfredo Esperón, Rubén Carrión, and Joe Calvi. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with gray trim, presentando la esquina azul. Vestido de negro, con vivos grises, su peso oficial, 135 libras y un cuarto. He weighed in at an official 135 1/4 pounds tonight. He looks to return to his winning ways in his 20th bout as a pro with 17 victories. Against 2 losses, 8 of his victories coming by way of KO. En su 20º combate a nivel profesional, con 17 victorias, 2 derrotas, 8 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Representing Orlando, Florida, the $1 Million Man, Justin Pauldo. In the red corner, presented in association with Samson Boxing, he enters the ring wearing red with black and white trim, presentando la esquina roja. Vestido de rojo con vivos negros y blanco. Su peso oficial, 135 libras, his official weight, 135 pounds. Con un récord profesional de 17 victorias, solo una derrota, un empate, 14 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, he makes his ProBox debut with an outstanding record of 17 victories, 1 lone defeat, 1 bout even, 14 of those victories coming by way of KO. The former IBO, IBF Super Featherweight Champion, representing his homeland of Tajikistan, and now fighting out of Los Angeles, California, Shavkat Rakhimov. Our referee, Mark Kaloy.
Boxer chief second, boxer chief second. Okay, gentlemen, we've already gone over the rules in the dressing room. I want you to obey my commands at all times. Most importantly, protect yourself at all times. Punches in this area and up will be considered legal. Punches in this area and up will be considered legal. If I say stop, stop what you're doing and listen for my commands. Touch gloves. Let's go to work.
Both fighters coming off losses. How will they bounce back tonight? That is the question. Both losses very, very questionable. Miguel Medueño versus Pauldo. And of course, the title fight in which he lost his belt. Rakhimov, can he redeem himself? We find out round number 1. In that Joe Cordina fight, he said, I did not lose. I don't consider that a loss.
I watched that fight this afternoon. That was a barn burner.
Oh, great
Back
fight.
and forth action fight.
Interesting thing when you talk about this fight is Cordina's feet kept him in that fight, especially early. Good action, good movement, good angles. Does Pauldo have that kind of style?
No, but at this weight class, you know, we see him. Look how durable and physical and sturdy Pauldo looks at 135. He's one of the most physical 135 pounders out there today. So I'm curious to see how he can deal with that physicality.
One thing I'm seeing about Pauldo to try to avoid the physicality is that he's very busy with that lead hand, touching, using the jab, and just trying to measure with Rakhimov, basically not trying to let him penetrate within that lead hand, sort of using it as a fencing tool and establishing a distance so he's able to get that leverage on those body shots like that.
I like how he's cutting those angles, too. He's using that post with the lead hand and steps around to the outside.
Rakhimov does bring a lot of physical pressure when he fights. Steps in a lot.
Oh!
Good left hook. Tangling the feet. Call that a knockdown.
I think that was a knockdown.
6.
Beautiful
Yeah,
time.
sometimes with lefty and righty, though. Sometimes lefty righty. We saw something very similar to that last week with the Morel Benavidez fight.
Yes.
Sometimes in opposite stances, it's very weird because the shot comes over the top and then it kind of pushes them down.
That punch landed.
It does.
And
What I'm saying is, does it punch? Does it push you down?
Did it cause the knockdown? in a
Yeah,
sense? They did
because sometimes
kind of
sometimes it winds up behind your neck, and then the force of it just kind of pushes you down.
It looks like you wrung him a bit to me.
Yeah, so that's a referee's call. A lot of referees would call that a slip. But
And yeah,
called it a
it's a
knockdown.
shot landing, so it's a kind of a
I
judgment
see
call.
it. I see it.
We'll see it in the replay. I'm sure the truck grabbed it. We'll get to see if it actually stung Rakhimov or not.
Problem though is Rakhimov being a slow starter. You don't want to start down a point already in round number 1, scheduled for 10.
And Pauldo's a confidence fighter. If he starts getting that confidence, he'll start letting his hands go a little more, and his talent starts to really show itself more as
So
he gains
far,
goes in confidence.
Pauldo looking real good with that lead hook.
Super sharp. But listen, remember, Rakhimov also went down early in the Joe Cordina fight and then roared back for the next 10 rounds.
Don't stiff arm. Don't stiff arm.
This counter right hand in from Pauldo.
Oh, good body shot, too. Very, very sharp work from Pauldo here. Doing a good job of fighting in that mid-range, keeping those counters sharp.
But gentlemen, if you thought Pauldo's confidence was bluster, we're finding out that isn't true. He came to fight tonight. He's fighting very confident.
There's that little check hook again. Catches Rakhimov along the ear. I vividly remember Justin Pauldo in the fighter interview that we did a few weeks ago saying, I have world-class skills. And that's what we're seeing so far here in round 1.
So far, it's on display. Great round number 1 for Pauldo.
Super sharp work.
Always hooking. You understand? You need more combination, not only one. 2 or 3, 2 or 3. Okay? And there's no hooking going to be there for you all day. All right? But disguise it. Sometimes boom, boom, then the right hand, boom. And then come back with that.
Very happy corner there. Justin Pauldo, of course, a knockdown in round number 1. Gentlemen, take a look at the replay. You tell me.
You're going to have to see the feet there. Again, it looks like a little mush up behind the neck, but again, that's what I'm talking about with the opposite stance. You get that mush that you don't get. And there it is
wider
again.
shot.
See the legs also.
Definitely the legs, but I don't know. I just feel like there was a little bit of unsteadiness. But
that punch certainly did clip him.
Yeah,
but if the unsteadiness is there, then
that's a rest call.
the mushing of the neck is my issue. Without the mushing of the neck, you're not going to get that. Not a nice uppercut there by Pauldo.
I'll call that a judgment call. It's up to the referee. He called it a knockdown, so it's 10-8, round number 1.
I like what Pauldo did there. He measured with the left hand out in front and landed that right uppercut right to the chin. Beautiful shot.
Rakhimov, a slow build kind of fighter, and also, gentlemen, hasn't fought in a year. He's had a year off. He said I had, a new promotion, new team. I've just had stuff going on.
Pauldo's also been not busy, right?
Yeah, same thing. He hasn't fought since the Madueño fight.
What's the difference? Rakhimov looks very rusty. Pauldo looks sharp as a knife.
Oh, another sharp uppercut there by Pauldo. Rakhimov trying to force his way in, but he's going to have to be a little bit more deceptive as Pauldo seems to have his timing well set.
Pauldo was looking surgical. I said sharp as a knife. He's sharp as a scalpel tonight.
Yep, another counter right hand there by Pauldo at short shots.
But it's another guy you said, Chris, when we were talking about this fight, you said he's a front door kind of guy. And we're seeing that look in the total punches. Pauldo landing 23, Rakhimov landing 5 in round number 1.
But the front door guy beat Pauldo last time. Madueño's the front door guy, and the adjustments that Pauldo has made to be able to deal with another front door guy at a much higher level is very impressive.
I'm wondering what the real odds for this fight were, though.
Oh, yeah. Because, it was close, but I think Rakhimov was the favorite.
Right. Yeah, that was as ex-champion. I would think Rakhimov would have been slightly favored. Nice shots there by Pauldo again. But so far, Pauldo has come out of the gate smoking. And Rakhimov holding position well, but he's not really been able to find the answers.
The way things are going, I'd love to see what the line is on a Pauldo KO, because the punches that he's landing are big.
We want to see a line in general.
Yeah. So an accurate line.
Stop! Justin, watch your foot.
I spoke to
Steps on each other's feet.
I spoke to Team Pauldo going into this fight, and actually the father of Justin.
They shuffled again.
What is the difference in this fight? He said we're going to jab more in between. That's what we needed to do in the Madueño fight. Didn't do it. I agree with them, and we're seeing that here.
Yeah,
a lot of jabs in between.
And that's like I said early in the fight, guys.
Yeah,
he uses that measuring left hand just as a sort of a fencing mechanism to keep Rakhimov from comfortably closing the gap. And while he does that, it's also effectively keeping that middle range to where he can get leverage on his own punches. Pauldo can.
Rakhimov is the kind of guy, though, where he's like, he fights you running downhill.
Oh, nice shots there by Rakhimov.
Once he gets you going, he just unloads with both hands. We haven't seen him get to that position yet.
And if we saw anything in the Madueño fight, you start to question, does Pauldo have a little bit of front runner in him?
Yes.
Or can he get him maintained? With Rakhimov, you would expect him to continue this pressure, regardless of whether it's working or not at this moment.
Pauldo's so accurate with the right hand so far.
But Rakhimov also started to up it a little bit the last 30 seconds. You started noticing a little bit of a different gear in Rakhimov.
Rakhimov, that slow burn kind of fighter, and as you said, Pauldo, if there's a weakness, it's been that inability to stay consistent over a long fight. And this one's scheduled for 10. Co-main event spot.
Sometimes double that right hand up.
There's some action from that last round.
Nice shots there by Pauldo. Great timing shots. Again, talent is, second, bar none. But, second to none, talent-wise, is Pauldo. Can he remain consistent with it?
Putting it together for 10 rounds.
Yep, exactly.
That was a beautiful left hook over the shoulder, followed by a right hand, which is a perfect combination against the southpaw.
Yes. Yeah, instantaneous, too. It has to be a time shot. It's a nice shot, but it's got to be timed well. You saw the beautiful timing of that
It's
shot.
rare you see a guy land both those shots.
Yeah.
He put them together really nicely. And that's because no fat on those punches.
Yep.
About to begin round number 3 in what has been a very competitive fight, but Pauldo showing that he has a world-class skills. He said, I knew I had him, now the world's going to know. I'm sure Rakhimov knows at this point. He's got a fight in front of him.
And we knew he had him, too.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of the consistency. That's the only thing we've been wondering about Pauldo. Rakhimov, not as talented as Pauldo, but one thing he has is the consistency. Good body shots there from Pauldo.
Watch the feet, break you down, but Pauldo's found a home for that right hand throughout this fight.
Rakhimov has been in with Jojo Diaz, Zelfa Barrett, Joe Cordina. He's got a lot of very quality rounds against world-class guys. Those body shots hurt. That hurt
Rakhimov.
Going back to the body with the right hand again.
Good shots there by Rakhimov.
Although showing his physical strength at 135 pounds, holding the head down.
Mark Colloy, the referee, caught it. Very, very intelligent referee there. He's not going to pull the wool over his head.
Mark's one of the best in the game.
You saw Pauldo try to hold the neck with one hand and shoot the uppercut with the other hand.
Pauldo doing a nice, smart move there. Little tactic, stepping on the lead foot of the southpaw, trying to control that position, that front foot battle that you always see with the orthodox southpaw position.
He's been warned about it before, so you can't do it too much. The referee, as you said, all over it.
That's a pretty easy one to make it look like it was an accident.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see Pauldo trying to change range a little bit. Is it because he's trying to make a concerted effort to change up the game plan, or is Rakhimov forcing this here? I don't mind if he's making a concerted effort to maybe change range a little bit to keep Rakhimov off balance, as long as he's being first. But if Rakhimov, Rakhimov is starting to push him back, then it's concerning there on the part of Pauldo. But let's see.
Well, I think Rakhimov is realizing he's just going to have to fight. He can't go tit for tat with this guy. He's too sharp. He's just got to get in the inside. He's going to take some leather, but he's going to be able to land as well. Because he's the guy with all the power. I mean, you look at their knockout percentage: 14 KOs and 17 wins. Rakhimov 8 wins.
But Rakhimov had them at 130, right?
Yeah, them at 130. Yes.
There's a new weight class for him as well. Keep that in mind.
130. I would say 135 as the guys start getting big.
Definitely muscular, 135 pounds.
Yeah, he's got a lot of lean tissue on that frame. And a 72-inch reach for a guy who's 5'7". That's a really long arm.
Pauldo jabbing well going backwards here.
This is what was missing in the Madueño fight.
Yeah, you need to be able to jab going backwards if you're going to be a jabber like this. And you see Pauldo showing that. Also, good eyes. Just keeping Rakhimov just missing by a string.
A step up in competition, definitely for Justin Pauldo, but so far he has answered the call very, very well. Catching Rakhimov off balance.
Doing good defensively as well. Rakhimov coming on like the Tide, though. Tide!
only you need punteria, remember? Boom. Focus in this, okay? You understand?
Well, what punches make a professional fighter look at and want to vomit? Body shots. And that's what we saw in the last round, gentlemen.
Yeah, there was a nice, I believe it was a right hand. Yeah, that one right there. You
up
saw
there.
Rakhimov bend over just like that.
Here's a different angle here.
Watch his facial expression.
Right in the gut.
Oh, solar plexus. That was solar plexus.
I feel that. I feel that. I feel that.
We've all been there. Oh, and it's awful every single time. The problem is we begin round number 4. That damage lasts for a little bit. It starts taking the wind out of you.
That stays with you. You get that spasm in your solar plexus there. But then also, every punch you get hit on there afterwards, it takes less and less to hurt you more.
Sort of stays bruised, right?
Yep. Ooh.
Pauldo still staying busy in round number 4.
Need physical, too. See how he uses that lead arm post.
Yep. It's that same frame style, right?
Yep.
Rakhimov, I think, starting to
you see when
unload a bit.
but Pauldo doesn't frame. That's what Rakhimov is able to get in close and starting to do those on that unloading. That frame and that lead hand of Pauldo even measuring prevents Rakhimov from comfortably doing all that stuff. You notice when Rakhimov has some success, it's because of him not framing.
Yeah, and our CompuBot stats here are showing. I mean, you're landing double-digit power punches for Pauldo in all 3 rounds. That's not a good sign for Rakhimov.
Oh, good right hand. Rakhimov wore it well.
Yeah, Rakhimov came back with his own left there for that as well.
Oh, another good right hand.
Man, Rakhimov, he's trying, but he's getting hit with some big shots.
Oh, man. Good short stuff from Pauldo.
Heavy, short, hard.
You know, it's hard to get an Eastern European fighter frustrated, but you can feel the frustration these combinations are landing, Paul.
Nothing's working.
Yeah.
Rakhimov is game. He's there. He's trying to make it happen, but he's taking so much punishment to get anything done.
He's not used to, at 130, being this guy. He's not used to taking on someone who can physically kind of push him off, big brother him a little bit.
He's usually that guy.
He's usually that guy, exactly.
And Pauldo is a pretty big lightweight.
Yeah. Big lightweight with long arms. But also with sharp.
Yep. Oh, no, very skilled him.
Stop!
You see the frame there to the neck as
That's
well.
what I mean, that big brother, that wrestling get off me. You can just push the guy off. Psychologically, that does a lot.
And I think Rakhimov is trying to mentally break Pauldo, but Pauldo's not breaking. Pauldo is staying consistent here.
Well, I don't think Rahimov's doing enough to break Pauldo. You mentioned he might be a front runner, but he's way ahead.
And also a lot of the Rakhimov shots are just arm punches. So there's nothing really bothering Pauldo.
Remember, a knockdown in round number 1, controversial or not, it led to a 10-8 round. So Rakhimov really behind the 8 ball in this 4th round.
I believe this is the 4th time we've had Pauldo on our air, and there are times we've seen him where we're like, wow, this is the guy, like we're seeing right now. But then other times we've seen him where we're like, something's missing. Tonight he looks like he's putting everything together.
Straight right hand, beautiful shot from Pauldo.
Ooh, big right hand over the top of him.
He said it. He said, this is just another guy in front of me. I'm going to show the world I have world-class skills. So far, that's what he's doing.
You know, Jimmy, I didn't like when we asked Rakhimov about Pauldo, and he's like, I don't know, he's just whatever. I didn't like that response. You know, he seemed too confident that he just had this guy, but he didn't know who the guy was.
Guess what? He's finding out now.
Yeah, he knows who he is now.
He knows who he is now. Been tattooed through round number 4, scheduled for 10. So Paulie, what I'm curious about, if you're a slow burn kind of guy like Rakhimov, but you're down with the knockdown, maybe 5 rounds, you got to make this up. You need a knockout at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you
start getting in that territory.
You got to at least start to think of the higher intensity here. You see the shots here by Pauldo in between the Rakhimov shots. A lot of Rakhimov shots are also arm punches. You see Pauldo getting more mustard on his shots, getting more leverage, getting more torque from the hip as well. A lot of what Rakhimov doesn't have a lot of snap. He's trying to work his way in there. You see Pauldo's response all the time because his positioning is very, very good. So Rakhimov wants to make the effort, but he's not able to because Pauldo has an answer every time. So how do you push the issue when just the effort is not going to count, not going to matter against the guy as skilled as Pauldo? You're going to have to figure out some answers.
Well, Rakhimov also, he's a momentum guy. And if you can't get any momentum, you can't build on anything.
So we begin round number 5. Oh my God, great stuff from Justin Pauldo in the black. Taking on Shavkat Rakhimov in the red and black.
That's something we're seeing more and more of. Is Pauldo is sitting down his punches, putting more mustard on them. because he's comfortable. Like you said, Jim, he's got arm punches coming his way. Even when he gets hit with something, he comes right back.
Also, you know, as you've seen in previous fights, when you're midway through a fight, he's taking some punches from Rakhimov, hasn't been hurt. He might be going, okay, I can take this. I can move forward a little bit. A little more confidence, yeah.
Right hand over the top from Rakhimov there.
But again, it's more arm punches. You know, he doesn't build to a big shot at the end of the combination. You know, sometimes when you put shots together, you build to where the last punch of the combination is the strongest one. You're not seeing that from Rakhimov, even when he puts shots together.
At this point, when Rakhimov actually lands, he looks more surprised than anything that he actually landed a punch. So he's not ready to build off it.
Yeah.
Round number 4, Pauldo, 41-12 in total punches.
48.8%.
Can't miss.
Nah, that's
can't miss.
You're starting to enter the zone where you're looking at a stoppage. Yeah. When you see 50% punches landed, not a good sign.
But even those straight right hands, no jab, no lead, and they're landing perfectly.
3 in a row.
The only saving grace is Pauldo's not landing putting everything on those shots landing. The reason also Pauldo is landing so accurately is because a lot of those shots are little snappy shots, which is still more emphasis than what Rakhimov is. When Rakhimov, a lot of shots look like they're pushing. At least Pauldo, even if he's not putting all the mustard on the shots, they're snappy shots.
Yeah, but champ, there's still a lot of fight left.
Yeah.
We're not even halfway through.
Rakhimov has to come up with something, as you said, Paul. He's eating jabs and straight rights for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
People at home need to understand. You got 8-ounce gloves on. You're getting touched up all night. You're getting hit with these popping, jarring shots. They add up.
Keep in mind, we're pretty sure that Pauldo was the underdog. So this is another ProBox TV fight where you just can't figure out odds makers wise who's the favorite and who's the underdog.
Rakhimov, former IBO and IBF world champion. That was at 130 pounds.
Yeah, legit recognized world champion. Yes. This would be a massive win for Pauldo if he can finish this fight out.
Paulie, the way you described it is, Rakhimov's been in the club, right? He's been in that box of world champions. And Pauldo right now handling him.
He's about to kick the door in.
Also keep in mind, I mean, I'm sure the odds were also close because, you wouldn't be totally shocked with Pauldo winning this fight. Yeah. You can see why Rakhimov would be a favorite. Pauldo's the natural lightweight. He's a big lightweight at that. And also, he's shown his quality in his own fights.
He's shown it in spurts on ProBox TV. He has shown it throughout this fight. So we reach the halfway point of our co-main event.
More water? All us have together to get this guy out of here, okay?
Another great round for Justin Pauldo. We reached the halfway point. Here's some of that action from round number 5, gentlemen.
And we're going to see a lot of world-class sharp punching.
See the jab there from Rakhimov, but again, you see the sharp little pot shots from Pauldo.
Oof. And then you get those where he actually drops his body weight into it for counter shots. They're singles. They're not doubles and triples where this fight could potentially be over if you put some punches together. But we're seeing a lot of single hard shots from Pauldo.
But to hit a former world champion blind right hand, not sitting there turning him over and hitting him, hit 3 in a row at one point.
I mentioned the ring rust for Rakhimov. We're definitely seeing that. He hasn't really gotten out of that. He hasn't really gotten out of first gear yet either. But he's taking so much damage by this point.
Yeah, I like those little snappy pot shots there from Pauldo with the right hand. You see Rakhimov he's got to be showing more than the effort. Rahimov's trying to push, but he's not really thinking outside the box as to how he's going to get his offense started. And every time he just tries to push forward, it's Pauldo meeting him with one of these pot shots, snappy pot shots like that.
But Paul, he's almost using his right hand like a jab to kind of keep Rakhimov off balance.
Yeah. But it's snappy, and it's also there's a little bit of hip turn in it, so it's really sharp. Who used to use a right hand like that? Floyd Mayweather. He used to use that. He used to vary it in different ways. That was one of the style of right hands that Mayweather used to use at times.
I'll never forget hitting Arturo Gatti 3 straight right hands in a row.
And that's how you can do it. It's that good. Now Pauldo seems to use exclusively that right hand. Mayweather would sort of switch it into a more weight on it, although Pauldo just showed that there as well.
I'll borrow a phrase from Jim Lampley in that fight. This is humiliating. This is getting a little out of hand.
Yeah. Especially for
Rakhimov, yeah.
who's a legitimate ex-world champion. He's being outclassed right now. And this is welcome to the new division. Sometimes you move up in weight, man. It's not what you bargained for.
Yeah, I remember moving up to welterweight and being like, wow, these guys are different.
Yeah.
Sometimes a couple pounds can be a big difference.
Yeah, because even on the end, and the issue is he didn't take on a small lightweight. Pauldo is a big lightweight who I wouldn't be shocked if he goes up to super lightweight in the coming years.
When I was talking to his brother Daquan, who was also in his corner, about him, I'm like, man, how does he make the weight? He goes, oh, he makes it fine. He's like, he's a really disciplined guy. He stays in shape year round. I'm like, that makes sense.
He did bring that out when we had the fighter meeting with Pauldo. Pauldo did make that clear. He said, I've been in the gym the whole time. I may have been taking time off, but I've been in the gym the whole time. This level of sharpness shows that. Yeah. Now Rakhimov also coming off of a long layoff. I'm not quite sure he stayed in the gym the whole time with the lack of sharpness he's showing in this fight.
No, I can even see it in his body. He's not as lean. I know he's up in weight class, but still, you move up weight class, you can still be lean. He's looking like he's carrying a little extra meat around the midsection that I'm used to seeing.
Starting to wear down. That right hand hurt him.
Well, yeah. Again, new weight class, bigger punches too when you get hit clean like this.
What did you say about Eastern European fighters? They don't bend,
they break.
Just break.
Yep.
Oh, good shot there.
Looks like right now Pauldo trying to break Rakhimov.
That's the thing
with
about
his right hands.
Rakhimov does have power. Even, listen, power's power. You move a weight class short. Sure, the knockouts were at 30. The guy still has power. So he is dangerous, but at this point, he's not really showing a whole lot of it.
He hasn't even gotten the respect, really, of Pauldo. Not just the knockdowns. He hasn't even gotten the respect to keep him off those power shots.
He's actually gotten the opposite. Yes. You've seen Pauldo grow as he gets hit.
Oh. Another great round for Justin Pauldo. Stumbling going to his corner is Rakhimov. But it's hard to find a round you could give to the former champion.
Yeah, no. It's been all Pauldo all night long. No round has even been close. Maybe the first round was the closest round, but other than that, Pauldo has been very dominant.
And again, we pride ourselves on the fact that you can't figure out who the favorite is and who the underdog is going to be. Going into this fight, Pauldo is the underdog. He's dominating the fight. This is the kind of thing that we do here at ProBox TV. The odds makers get thrown for a loop a lot of times for our fights.
A little bit of target practice so far. CompuBox almost 50% with his punches. And that is a tired fighter in the corner.
It's also a frustrated fighter. I don't think he expected this.
Mental fatigue starting to set in. Although looking very confident as he shoots up from his stool.
It's one thing to get beat up. It's one thing to get stopped. It's another thing to get completely outclassed, especially when you've already been a world champion. And that's what we're seeing here from Rakhimov.
That's a Pauldo. You see the determination of a guy who knows he has world-class talent, but has not yet been able to step into that world-class realm and fight for a world title. And Pauldo's trying to show that tonight against his ex-world champion like Rakhimov. He is the goods, and he deserves his shot in 2025.
Rakhimov trying to get busier, yep.
Yeah, he's coming out this round. Oh, just took a big left hook.
Right hand, left hook combination.
Yeah, and we're into the second half of this fight. We're well into the second half of this fight. We're around 7 now, so if Rahimov's going to make a move for this, make a play for this fight, he's going to have to make a play now.
And he's going to need a knockout.
Yeah, or at least several knockdowns.
He's down 6-0 on mine.
Plus a knockdown that he was dropped in round 1, right?
Oh. Certainly busier in this round number 7.
But all that body work from Pauldo, which has been consistent from round number 1, that's got to take the fight out of you as well. It takes the power away. How much does Rakhimov have in the tank?
Look at these double-digit power punches in every single round. Pauldo, an absolute wipeout over Rakhimov.
He's almost landed 100 more power punches. That's not total punches. That's power punches.
Oh,
and there have been a lot of snap behind those power punches.
And then you see the position battle by Pauldo. He's not giving up position so that he can put these little pot shots in and then mix them with some shots with a little extra whip on them.
These guys throughout this fight have had the footwork of a sequoia. They've pretty much been standing there trading punches and not trading. Pauldo's landing and Rakhimov isn't.
Guys, when does Rakhimov corner start looking at this fight like this? Not much more we can do here. I mean, he's getting beat from pillar to post. It's, you said, it's target practice, like shooting fish in a barrel at this point.
Yeah.
And he's not coming back with anything. I don't see a path to get back into the fight.
And there's no really attempts at step over. You see, I feel like there's opportunities for Rakhimov to sort of step over to his right and change the angle. He just sort of stands in front of Pauldo and tries to push that front door in. But that front door is not going anywhere, bro. You're not going to be able to get in the front door against Pauldo. He's going to meet you with punches.
I think he's also tired. It's not just being outclassed. He's been beaten down to the body. He's been taking a lot of punishment to the head. Don't know what his condition is like.
See right here, there's the chance to step over to the right, just give you a big step over, but he doesn't even make an attempt at stays in front of Pauldo, tries to still continue to pry that door open. It doesn't open, and Pauldo finds the opening, not Rakhimov.
Sometimes being tough and having a chin is actually a bad thing. There's a lot of punch. He's taking a lot of damage here.
Sometimes heart and chin just give you a longer beating.
Out of ideas. Which, you know, can happen, but my issue is the corner hasn't come up with any ideas either.
Right. But is it ideas? I think he was out of ideas 4 rounds ago. I think he's out of will now at this point because he's not trying anything else either.
Yeah, there's a step over. That's what I was looking for. And then you can punch off that, but he should do that a little bit more often. There he at least was able to get the angle, get off the ropes. So you got to do that a little more often instead of standing in front of Pauldo.
Another good round for Justin Pauldo. A lot of work to do in the corner of Rakhimov, but February 19th, Gabe Flores Jr. versus Jose Arellano just outside Sacramento, California. Going to be a great fight. Mexican versus Mexican-American. Flores Jr. so confident heading into this fight.
And that'll be our last Wednesday night fight of the year. We're going to go on the weekends for the rest of the year, 2025, just like we're on the weekend tonight. We're going to be, our ProBox TV series, Contender Series, is going to move on to weekends for the rest of the year. So February 19th will be our last Wednesday night fights. We'll be on Fridays or Saturdays for the rest of the year. I think just Saturdays, right, guys?
Yeah, get used to it. Download the ProBox TV app now.
And guys, we will be going back to our daily shows on the network, so make sure you tune in for those as well. Get to hear from Paulie, myself, Jimmy Smith.
All the boxing news. Everything is fit to show. That's what we're going to do. It's round number 8.
Yeah, we're doing a show called Boxing Scene Today. Tune in every day to get your news. About the sweet science.
Short, snappy shots by
We're tuning in right there. Straight shots.
Speaking of sweet science,
up.
I mean, what Justin Pauldo was able to do tonight has been a thing of beauty.
I mean, just what he said he was going to do. I'm world class. I'm going to show you tonight. He's looked world class.
But I mean, Rakhimov is world class as well. He's just it's a different level.
And this speaks volumes to the level of Pauldo. Remember, Rakhimov comes in with 1 loss, and he's an ex-world champion. And that one loss was in his world title when he lost his world title in a close, controversial decision. He's being outclassed. He's being outclassed. So this is for the first time in Rahimov's career where he's actually taken a loss where anybody who sees the fight won't mistake this for a loss. Pauldo is making a statement with this fight so far, with this performance so far.
Talk about diamonds in the rough here in ProBox TV.
I gotta imagine other lightweights are looking at this fight and watching this and be like, yo, that guy Pauldo's a problem.
When he shows up like this, he's a problem. It's at times he doesn't show up like this. So are you going to see the consistency?
But one thing, he's been consistent throughout this fight. And you said, Paulie, his jab has kind of filled in the mortar, right? There's no my God! Big shot! Down goes Rakhimov. Staring at the canvas. This might be over. They stopped it. Towel is in. It is over. Justin Pauldo gets the defining win of his career by knockout.
Rakhimov still having trouble getting up.
They could have counted to 100.
They got to get him a stool.
And Rakhimov would not have been able to get up. He's in bad shape.
He's in bad shape, and he took a lot of punches in this fight, guys.
Yeah, we talked about it wasn't a lot of big shots throughout. That was a big shot to finish him, but those consistent punches like that are very damaging.
He said he was going to be world class tonight, and he was. At the expense of Shavkat Rakhimov. If you don't know, now you know about Justin Pauldo, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Rakhimov doesn't look good right
now. No, that's not. He's slumped over.
After a long beating, gentlemen. This is how it happened.
Yeah, he catches him along the ropes. Just a beautiful straight right hand that we've seen, and then he followed up. He got behind him. You mentioned the jab. We mentioned the jab. They're going back to it, getting that middle distance jab. He gets him with a 1-1-2, goes right back. 1-1-2. 1-1-2, 1-1-2. That follow-up is what really finished him off there.
Yep.
Yeah, that uppercut didn't hit clean if it landed at all.
That Pez dispenser shot, that right hand head went straight back, looking at the lights here at the Boeing Center.
Yeah, I'm not liking the body language of Rakhimov there. He's looks very uncomfortable. He's still slumped over. He keeps trying to get up, but
they got to get him checked out, man.
He's awake. He's conscious.
This is a knockout after a prolonged type of beating. These are the dangerous ones when it's prolonged like this.
The 1 or 2 round knockouts aren't the dangerous ones. Yeah. It's when you talk the second half of the fight, the 7, 8, 9, 10 rounds.
Yeah, the only time 1 or 2 round knockouts I've seen are dangerous is when pre-fight medicals weren't done right or weren't done well. Pre-fight medicals are done well, and the Texas Commission is a pretty good commission for that kind of stuff. It's usually the only time you get damages with those late knockouts after a prolonged beating or prolonged physicality.
But Pauldo has been accurate throughout this fight with his power punches, gentlemen. That was the story of this fight.
And they were very snappy. Even though they weren't everything on them, it was very snappy consistently.
He did everything. He showed the jab, he showed the counterpunch, he showed the body shots, he showed the consistency, he showed the conditioning, he showed the physicality, he showed his own durability in terms of the shots that he was getting touched with. But yeah, I mean, he really put it all together. That world-class skill that he was telling us about, he just put it on display tonight. And he also put it on display, or put it on notice, rather, the other lightweights in the division. Justin Pauldo's a problem.
They have Rakhimov on the stool now. They're attending to him. Round number 8. Look at these straight punches, gentlemen.
Listen to those shots. Ding, ding, bong. Brutal.
Listen to this crack.
Bang. That's textbook. You show a kid at day 1 in the gym. That's how you throw a 1-1-2.
Beautiful stuff. Great combinations. World-class skills from Justin Pauldo. And I'm sure, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Total punches, 255 to 72. Damn near 50%, gentlemen. That is can't miss.
I was going to say, power punches, I think we are going to see 50%. Over 50% of the power punches landed. When you get into that zone, you're scoring a knockout, and we saw one.
Rakhimov now on his feet, by the way, being congratulated. Some respect shown between him and Justin Pauldo. And it was Justin Pauldo's night tonight. Man, did he call his shot. I will show that I am world class. That man can hang and defeat anyone in the world at 135 pounds. Bright future. Lupe, make it official.
Inside the ProBox TV ring, the official time. 1 minute, 53 seconds of round number 8, damas y caballeros. Dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, el tiempo oficial. 1 minuto, 53 segundos del octavo asalto. Your winner, by way of knockout, el vencedor por knockout, the $1 Million Man, Justin Pauldo.
We say it all the time here on ProBox TV, 50-50 all action fights, no A side, no B side. Pauldo did an incredible job. This is how it ended, Chris.
Yeah, double jab, right hand, that little one pop. We talked about the pop shots all night long, but then he put a little more mustard on that one. At that point, the fight, the will, everything had been beaten out of Rakhimov.
I don't like the way Rakhimov looked. This is why I believe they should have oxygen in the ring after knockouts. I mean, they do that in England. I do not understand why they don't do that in the United States.
Fortunately, he is back to his feet. Have to go.
He doesn't look good, man. He should have oxygen. He should be taking in oxygen, man. And there's no oxygen anywhere near in sight.
He's not going to remember this one, but it was a tough fight from start to finish.
Yeah, he definitely is not moving very well. I don't like the way.
They got to keep an eye on him in the dressing room too, man. This is, you hear about guys collapsing in the dressing room after fights too.
They're going to keep an eye on him. Surrounded by
they're bringing the stretcher.
They're bringing the stretcher, so
that doesn't do anything if you don't have oxygen. There's absolutely nothing if you don't have oxygen.
Well, it does something. You just have to walk to the back. I mean,
not going to fall again.
Yeah.
It is right now being attended to by medical staff here at the Boeing Center. They're going to go to the hospital and get checked out because that was a brutal knockout after a brutal sustained beating. As you said, Paulie, those are the worst kind.
Well, when there's, like I said, when there's a lot of contact in a fight, sometimes sometimes this was one-sided, but sometimes even in competitive fights, when there's a lot of contact, even when the fight is competitive, it can still be dangerous if there's a stoppage late part of the fight. Sometimes not even with a stoppage. I mean, I've seen guys get damaged when it goes the distance, but this was a late stoppage after a high contact fight in a one-sided fight.
Yeah, but can't take away from Justin Pauldo's technique, his accuracy, his power. It was all on display tonight. And Paulie, you love bringing up Vegas doesn't know what to do with us. No A side, no B side. Pauldo showed he was the A side tonight.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You know, in a fight where the odds had to have been close. I mean, I know Rakhimov came in as the ex-world champion. Again, he had never, even in his one loss, it was not emphatic. It was actually controversial. Yep. Pauldo had been a guy who'd shown talent, but had been very inconsistent. So you just don't know. He was really like a box of chocolates, to quote Forrest Gump. You didn't know what you were going to get whenever you saw Justin Pauldo. Well, tonight you saw the best of Justin Pauldo, and he totally dismantled Rakhimov, who never looked comfortable at the new weight.
What you see is that at his best, he can beat anyone in the world. And when it comes to the gambling world and putting odds, it is so difficult to do on a ProBox TV card because A side, B side, they all come to fight. That was our co-main event. We expect the same kind of action in our main event tonight. Well, who's going to make the picks? Who's going to break down the fights? Nobody better than our own Bad Jacket, J-Rod. Here's his thoughts.
Deep in the heart of Texas, ready for the main event here on the better side. Ramon Cardenas against Bryan Acosta at 122 pounds, 10 rounds, super bantamweight. For Ramon Cardenas, a hometown kid, born and raised and still lives in San Antonio, has fought here lots of times. He is ranked in the top 10 in the WBA, the IBF, and the WBO. For Acosta, big step up for him. He's in the top 15, but at 126. This is at 122. What are the lines? Our buddies at betonline.ag. Well, Cardenas, big favorite, minus 260, while Acosta is a 2-1 underdog. No interest there. So what is the better side of this? Well, what about Cardenas getting a stoppage by KO, TKO, or DQ? That's plus money at betonline.ag, plus 200. Remember, Cardenas has been knocking out guys late in his career. Last 4 fights have been by stoppage victories for him. Also, if the fight is going to be stopped, well, we then say that the fight will not. It will not go the distance. That's plus 150 at betonline.ag. And little pizza and beer money. You know, get that brisket going in San Antonio. What about Cardenas gets the stoppage between rounds 5 and 6? Are you ready? Plus 850 at betonline.ag. All this Texas, big things. I'm hungry. Let's get some food. But first, let's make some money on the better side.
Good stuff from J-Rod, but I said you could borrow my grandpa's jacket. I didn't say you could keep it. I expect it back this week, by the way.
Jimmy, what about the bad pocket square? If that's really bad, does it make the bet better?
I believe him a little bit more when he has a bad pocket square, right? But the bad fashion sense aside, it's this idea that he's a late starter, does tend to get finishes late. Is that the key to this? Is it like keeping the pressure on if you're Acosta? If you're winning early, you cannot fumble the ball. You got to keep the pressure on.
I think the key is to not start slow, to not be the guy who's thinking too much and trying to set two traps for too long. Because with a guy like Acosta, you're going to find yourself around 8, you're down 8-0. And then you need a knockout. And Acosta's never been beaten, never been stopped. He's been in the ring, at least in the gym, with guys like Naoya Inoue, you know, who can really punch. So it's like, not only can this kid fight based on that he's sparring with Inoue, but he can take a shot. Otherwise, they wouldn't bring him back.
And he's big at the weight.
And he's big at the weight. He's coming down from 126 to 122. Cardenas is in tough tonight. He cannot fight like he normally does, where he starts super slow. He's going to fall behind. He needs to be able to set those shots early.
I know. J-Rod said on better side, no interest in the straight up odds of winner and loser. I think there's interest in the straight up odds. I think there's a legitimate chance that you could look at Acosta as a viable live underdog to win the fight
by decision. I would think. I wouldn't think stoppage.
Right. Well, can he get a decision in Texas though? Against a Texas
the guy
fighter.
throws a lot of punches. And Texas judges like a guy who comes forward.
You know what else Texas judges like? Hometown fighters.
Speaking from a guy who knows from experience.
Weigh it out. Okay, another thing, Justin Pauldo in our co-main event, his criticism is that he was good in flashes, but not consistent all the way through a fight. Let's see if that same thing. Cardenas has the same problem. Can he get it together? We're going to find out. Our main event coming up, Cardenas versus Acosta, when we come back on ProBox TV.
February 19th, ProBoxTV makes its California debut as the first ever boxing event at the iconic Chicken Ranch Casino Resort. In the main event, world-class amateur-turned-pro Gabriel Flores Jr. defends his regional WBA title in a clash you won't want to miss. February 19th, be there. Click below to get your tickets now.
Please welcome Mariachi Los Cocorales from right here in San Antonio, Texas.
One of the beautiful fountains right there in downtown San Antonio, Texas. Beautiful city. We've had a great time. We've eaten so much. I don't think I'm going to eat for the next week just to slim down. Let's just say right now, nobody you're looking at on camera, Jimmy alongside the champs. Paulie Malignaggi, Chris Algier, we listen to mariachis in the ring right now. None of us are making weight this week. That's what San Antonio's all about.
I don't know why I wore this top coat.
Up.
This thing is a little tight. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. These Mexican burritos I have.
Absolutely outstanding, right?
I retired from making weight. That's it.
Absolutely done with it.
I don't even step on a scale anymore.
But when you look at this main event, gentlemen, as we listen to the mariachis, it's this idea that the consistency of Cardenas starts a little slow, overthinks certain things. Folks, if you don't like bad language, don't listen to his last fight because Joel Diaz was giving it to him in the corner. But it's that idea of, I think your ceiling is here and you're fighting here. I need more of you. Does he need that tonight, Chris?
Well, it shows the passion and how much Joel Diaz actually believes in this fighter. And I love that. I love the fact that he's like, listen, I know where you're at. I need you to be that guy. But it works. He's on a 4-fight knockout streak. Generally, you don't see guys knocking people out as they fight, as they go up in competition. Yeah. Cardenas has. The tougher the fighter he fights, the bigger chance there is for a knockout. You don't normally see that. So that speaks worlds to his ability.
But Paulie, when you look at it, in both of those knockouts, they were fights he had to make adjustments. He had to come back. They were not. He wasn't dominating.
You know, it's funny because you usually don't see, like a champ, you don't see the guys getting knockouts. They raise up in level of opposition. But when you think knockout, you think like, oh, he's hurting guys and whatnot. I don't necessarily think Cardenas hurting guys with any particular shot. He's fighting so his style is becoming so complete that he's beating guys down into stoppages. You know, obviously he did break one jaw in that. That was a big hook that came out of nowhere. But even still, he's starting to outclass guys that are very good, and he's starting to beat them up so bad that you get the stoppage. And of course, one of them was the broken jaw shot, which could happen. The guy had his mouth open. But then with the Joel Diaz going crazy on him, you know, it was hey, he's a little bit lackluster. Okay, yo, pick it up. I've seen you do better in the gym. Okay, picks it up. But it wasn't one shot. It was just he started piling it on
also,
the guy.
though, he did have a hand injury in that fight. Yeah. So Cardenas had a hand injury in that last fight. Still got the stoppage, but it took him longer. You know, he's like, I couldn't throw that right hand the way I wanted to. Still got the stoppage, but that shows you his class.
When you look at Acosta, 20-0, it's the lack of opposition that we look at. 20-0 is nothing to sneeze at. But the other side of that, the kid doesn't know how to lose. He comes in with a lot of aggression. He believes that he will be undefeated at the end of tonight. Has that youthful energy. But Ramon Cardenas, definitely the experienced veteran, a veteran of ProBox TV. He knows about not underestimating his opponent. How's he going to do tonight? Well, let's take a look at the fighter himself, Ramon Cardenas. Here he is.
You didn't start out as so much of a knockout artist, but the better the opposition that you fought in the last couple fights, I think you're on a 4-fight knockout streak right now. The better the opposition has got, the more KOs that you've got. And, you know, you have 14 KOs, but you seem like you hit a lot harder than that. To speak to what has been the difference, where did you turn the corner to be like, hey, listen, you know what? I'm knocking all these guys out, because that's rare. Usually everybody gets their knockouts in the beginning of their career, not as they step up in class like you have.
I mean, honestly, man, ever since really like I hooked up with Joel Diaz, man, it kind of, my mentality kind of changed in the sense of like, you know, he kind of gave me the advice of, you know, promoters and managers and just the fans in general as well, man. They like knockouts. You know, you can win and you can win and people are like, oh, okay, that's good. You know, it's fun. He won, you know, whatever. But he tells me, you know, he tells us like people like knockouts and that's what you have to sell. So every fight I go in now, man, I try to keep the mentality of like, I'm trying to knock you out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to go in there and I'm trying to hurt you. So that's the mentality I've been having these last couple fights, and it's the one I'm gonna keep going on forward in my career.
Last time out against Jesus Ramirez Rubio, last time we saw you on ProBox TV, your coach was giving you hell in that fight. We remember it very, very well. You guys remember, Diaz was on him in the corner. You can do more. You can do better. It seemed like when you got the knockout, I think it was the 9th round, you were almost more relieved that Yoel wasn't yelling at you anymore, man. Did that motivate you? Did that help you? What was the cause and the motivation for all that, man?
I mean, it was the fact that I knew I could get the guy out. Like, the game plan for last fight was to kind of like, to get my timing down the first 2 rounds and then try to finish him by the 4th. And coming to 3rd, I tried to pick up the pace and I messed up my hand. And I didn't tell him. Like, you know, you could ask him. Like, I didn't tell him one time that, hey, my hand's messed up.
Listen, now we're on the road. We're going to San Antonio. What does that mean? You got the platform, that ProBox TV, which has been growing immensely, and you've been growing with us. But now we're going into your backyard. Speak to that. What is it like? How many people are going to be there? You know, what's it like for this homecoming?
I mean, man, it's a really big blessing, man, to have you guys there. You know, I'm grateful for you guys because, you know, you guys are the ones who gave me the shot. You know, there's a lot of promoters out there, but, you know, not every promoter is gonna like extend their hand and say, you know what, like, there's a kid here that's really good and no one's giving him a shot. You know what, let's give him a shot. So, you know, I'm eternally grateful for ProBox TV and then just for you guys to be at home. You know, for you guys to be in my city. And just, you know, putting me on a platform where, you know, I'm able to show my talent and show it in front of everybody, man. You know, my last fight was September of 2023 in San Antonio. And it was on Showtime and stuff. And you know, to come back on a bigger platform, you know, on a ProBox TV that, like you said, it's growing, man. You guys are getting huge. You know, they're getting better. And just, you know, to be able to grow with you guys is such a blessing, man. And I think... From what I know, from what, you know, people have called me and told me, they're like, oh, we've gotten 30 tickets, 40 tickets, and, you know, families have gotten tickets and stuff like that. So I think it's gonna be a really good show.
A little bit of pressure, of course, being in your hometown and fighting. He talked about that, but also the support carries you through some very tough rounds that he's bound to have tonight. What's your thought on it, Chris?
Listen, fighting at home is one thing. I fought at home a lot during my career, but I think even more than that is the pressure of where he stands in the rankings. He has a very high ranking in all the major organized bodies, and he's going into a very tough fight with the ability to, I mean, the chance to potentially upset the apple cart here is his opponent Acosta, who's looking to step into that position, which is. Yeah. Listen, there's no B-sides.
When you're undefeated, you're also very hungry. You know, you see all the potential of your dreams coming true, champ. So you have a hungry guy in front of you, you know?
And Acosta, you know, he's undefeated. Yep. You keep speaking about that, that confidence that comes with that. But also, he's the kind of guy who's looking at the outside looking in, being like, I deserve to be there. Yeah. This is his opportunity.
Yeah.
But when you look at Acosta himself, when you look at the tape on him, does have talent, does move well, throws good combinations. He hasn't been tested in the way Cardenas has been tested. He hasn't had to go through those tough rounds. In those 20, he's been the leading boxer every time. He's been the leader of the dance. He's been the boss in the ring. There are going to be moments where he's not the boss in this fight, and how he reacts to that might define this fight, Chris.
Yeah, I mentioned on our show, he reminds me a lot of myself. I was 19-0, and I got a chance to fight for a world title against a guy that was literally known as the Boogeyman. And listen, I had pretty much been a front runner my whole career. I had beaten everybody pretty easily up until that point. No one gave me a shot. I didn't have a lot of knockout power, and then I went out there and upset the apple cart. That's where Acosta is in this point of his career. I walked into that fight like, listen, I'm the man. You got the belt, but you're just holding it until I get it. Acosta, I think, has the same kind of mentality.
Yeah, and also Acosta, you know, this is the chance to get the win that legitimizes the undefeated record. You know, like, people can look at his record on paper and be like, he's undefeated, but he's fought the run-of-the-mill opponents. You keep an undefeated record with a win over a guy like Ramon Cardenas on that record.
All those wins.
Now that undefeated record has a lot of substance. You can step into a lot of big opportunities because you've already got enough fights. You're in 21 wins with a win over Cardenas with an undefeated record. You know, you're looking at possible shots at title fights.
Yeah, that's title contention time.
Yeah, it is. And one of the reasons you're hearing the mariachis, one of the reasons there's a delay right now is, of course, Shavkat Rakhimov in our last fight. Not only a tough fight, we took a lot of punches, a vicious knockout, took him a long time for him to get back to his feet. He obviously had to take an ambulance to the hospital to get checked out. They have to bring an ambulance back, so we have one on standby here. The ambulance just got in So we are good to go, waiting for the mariachis to finish. But that's why they got into the ring, is because of the way the commission works.
We're waiting for some word.
We're waiting for some word, but we have the ambulance back. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape for this 10-round super bantamweight fight. Ramon Cardenas, 29 years old. Bryan Acosta, 26. 2-inch height, or inch and a half height advantage for Acosta. Reach 2 inches for Bryan Acosta as well. So it's one of those things where Bryan Acosta a little bit younger, undefeated. He's very, very hungry. But Ramon Cardenas, when he's on, he's one of the best in the world.
And Acosta's bigger. He normally fights at 126. This fight's at 122. Coming down in weight for the biggest fight of his career.
Yeah, going back down 122 pounds. Probably going to be the bigger man tonight. Here are the odds. Ramon Cardenas minus 260. Bryan Acosta plus 200. What do you think of those odds, Paulie?
I mean, their odds, they seem legit. But again, we're tricky. At ProBox TV, we're tricky, bro. That's all I'm going to tell you.
If you put money on the underdogs, a chance you're going to make some cash.
We ain't telling you to do that, but we've seen. If you watch ProBox TV enough, you know what underdogs. We had at least one underdog win in most of our cards. We just had it in our last fight.
Yes.
So we've already reached our over/under. But let's see what the main event brings us.
Jimmy, you know when I make that face, maybe you should bet the underdog. That's
yeah, very, very true. When you look at it, Chris, when the Pauldo fight, for example, we had seen flashes of greatness. Could he be consistent? Could he start fast against a guy who's a former world champion? He did those things. If you're Cardenas and you got Joel Diaz telling you what to do, is it about starting faster? Do you change things up a little bit against an undefeated guy, meaning step it up early, let him know, hey, you're not on my level. Play the psychological game.
Well, yeah, and I think Cardenas is going to need to show that to make it to that next level, to not only get a title fight, but to win a title. He's got to show that his class is above and beyond. He can set it from the beginning, and he can ride that through for 10 and eventually 12 rounds if necessary.
We always say there are two kinds of fighters, those who have never been tested and those that are overrated, right? Either you haven't beaten anybody or you've taken on hard guys, you've had tough rounds, and, he's not that good. He had some tough rounds. It's almost like there's no getting around it. Cardenas has had tougher rounds, but he's fought tougher guys, Paulie.
Yeah, he has. And then, for that reason, he's the favorite. But that's what we're going to find out about Acosta tonight. Tonight, it's either baptism by fire or you get burned up.
And that is the difference. Acosta, look for him to start very, very quickly. A two-fisted puncher, young, aggressive. How are those first 3 rounds going to go? Once again, scheduled for 10. Main event of a great card. Another great card coming up March 8th. Right? It is Arnold Higai, 22-1-1, 14 knockouts versus Joet Gonzalez, 26-4-0, 15 of those wins by knockout. Saturday, March 8th, hometown, Long Beach, California. Can't wait to go back home. You guys got great Mexican food here? Great Mexican food in Long Beach as well.
All right, we're rocking around with you that day, or that weekend, rather. We're going to find the good food.
It's going to be a great night of fights, March 8th. It's our main event coming up here in San Antonio, Texas. Once again, we had an ambulance issue where one had to leave because of Rakhimov to get him to the hospital. They have returned. Has delayed our main event just a bit. Got a little mariachi music. You've heard it in the background. With that delay, man, a little extra nerve. To, in the back, you're waiting. They're like, okay, it's going to be a few more minutes. You have to cook just a little bit longer. Now the crowd wants one more, but sorry, we've got to get a main event in. It's going to be ready to go in a second. They're ready to make their walk-ins for our main event. Ramon Cardenas versus Bryan Acosta. Cardenas from here in San Antonio, Texas. He is going to have the crowd behind him tonight. Talked about the pressure. Everybody wanting tickets, everybody wanting to, kind of be part of the event. There's a little extra pressure there. And he says, I will definitely have the crowd behind me tonight. And the crowd, by the way, not booing the fighters. They love the mariachis. They want a little bit more of it. Well, we have a main event to go, gentlemen. You got to get out of the way. We have fights to go. And is it hard? You were, like I said, Chris, in a similar position here where you were undefeated, going in for a title shot. Those nerves in the back, were they worse than they were for subsequent fights? Your first big one. Do you feel those nerves, or is it the pressure off you?
No, definitely that pressure wasn't off, but it's just you're so locked in. By the end of training camp, you've been dreaming about this for so long. You've seen it over and over and over in your dreams. Whenever you close your eyes, you see this opportunity in this moment. So you want to hope that once you get there, it's more of a realization of something you've already experienced, at least mentally, than something that you're in over your head.
Paulie, did we just see that with Justin Pauldo, where he said, we're going to show the rest of the world what I have? Is that the attitude?
Yeah, I mean that's the right attitude. You want to be introduced to the world, and this is your stage for that.
That's right. The stage is set. We're ready to begin our main event. Lupe, get us going.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering the arena, the challenger, Bryan Acosta.
And there is Bryan Acosta. The nickname is Latino, fighting out of Sonora, Mexico. Young, hungry, talented, undefeated at 20-0. You saw him weigh-in day. Usually fights at 126 pounds. Tonight at 122. Gentlemen, he looks lean and ready.
Yeah, he looks lean, looks fit, looks focused. Let's see if he can execute once the bell rings.
Coming off a TKO win back in February last year. That was in Mexico.
Now entering the arena, the defending champion, Ramon Cardenas.
And you hear the crowd erupting for that man, Ramon Cardenas. Coached by Joel Diaz. You see him behind his fighter. He's fought on ProBox TV before. As you said, 4 stoppages in a row on an incredible streak. Right now, 13-fight win streak, along with those 4 knockouts in a row. Coming off a 9-round KO win over Jesus Ramirez. That was up on ProBox April of last year. Dinamita, Dynamite is his nickname. Same nickname as Juan Manuel Marquez. Our Spanish broadcaster said, I'm honored that he's the other Dynamite, because he fights the same way I do. This young man always looks for the knockout. Isidro Picasso broke his jaw. Fight before last. He has power in both hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Boeing Center at Techport, we continue with the action. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Texas Boxers and Brawlers, and being sponsored by Bet Online, Wild Casino, and GomezLawFights.com. This contest set for 10 rounds on the line. The WBA Continental Latin America Super Bantamweight title. Este duelo, 10 vueltas en juego. El título continental Latinoamérica Peso Super Gallo de la AMB. President of the WBA, Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. Supervisor, Julio Time. Our judges at ringside scoring the action we have Charles Weaver, along with Ruben Carrion and Joe Calvi. And now, San Antonio, Texas. We're going to find out quién es el más macho. The ProBox main event is on now. Presenting first, the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner. He enters wearing black with red trim, presentando al retador en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con vivos rojos. Su peso oficial, 121 libras y un cuarto is official weight, 121 1/4 pounds tonight. In the biggest fight of his career, he puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 20 victories. 8 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche, en el combate más importante de su carrera profesional, pone en juego su récord invicto de 20 victorias. 8 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Puro Hermosillo, Sonora, México. Bryan Latino Acosta. Across the ring in the red corner, wearing blue with silver trim, en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con color plateado. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 122 libras. He tipped the scales at an official 122 pounds. Tonight, he enters the ring with a record of 25 victories against 1 lone defeat. 14 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche entra al cuadrilátero de ProBoxTV con un récord de 25 victorias, solo una derrota, 14 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Started from the bottom now. He enters the ring a world-ranked contender and defending his title here in front of his people of San Antonio, Texas. Ramon Dinamita Cardenas. With final instructions, referee Ellis Johnson.
Good belt line here, good belt line here. We have instructions in the back. Again, protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. When the bell rings, go to work, have a good, clean fight. Touch them up.
We are ready for our main event in the super bantamweight division. Ramon Cardenas versus Bryan Acosta. There's the bell. Round number 1. We are underway. Acosta in the black and red. Cardenas in the blue and silver. Big question is, how will Cardenas start this fight? Tends to be a slow starter.
Maybe the hometown crowd will motivate him to start faster.
He's landing some nice sharp jabs already. Landed 3 solid jabs right down the middle.
And Acosta actually waiting a little bit.
Yeah, Acosta normally relinquishes the jab and goes right to power shots. Combination puncher. But right now, starting very slow. Ooh, nice sharp jab there.
Acosta as well, yeah. You see Cardenas looking for that counter left hook there. Just came up short with it, but you see he's already whipping it in there. Nice counter right hand over the top.
Good counter right hand.
Cardenas starting off with power punches.
Yeah, and also closing the gap in the ring. Acosta gives ground. Cardenas steps in, also not really stepping back on the attack of Acosta, trying to hold his ground and roll or shift. This combination there from Cardenas came up short with the left hook to the body, though.
Interesting that Acosta staying right in front. You got a guy who's a puncher with both hands. Staying right in front of him, not throwing punches.
It seems like he's trying to settle into obviously this is a step up in competition for him. He's trying to settle into the first round, trying to show too much, but
settle too much, he'll wake up in the dressing.
Especially the way Cardenas has been fighting him late and the way he's been punching him late. Right hand just touches Cardenas a little bit short.
He talked about before this fight began that maybe, Cardenas would step in and try and show the young buck, you're not on my level yet. Start quickly with power punches. That's exactly what he's looking to do. Take away that confidence.
Cardenas is starting fast. Exactly what we spoke about from the open, Jimmy. Cardenas doing what we wanted him to do. Let's see if he can be consistent with that. Throwing big heat with that left hand.
Almost trying to see what Cardenas has in round 1. He's not trying to show too much himself. almost willing to give up this first round, trying to put on that mental pressure, but not really putting on a lot of physical pressures. And now he finally does get to Cardenas, but he smothers his own work.
He's also not the puncher in this situation, so just coming forward. What's that old saying? Don't follow a puncher. Cardenas is the puncher. You don't want to follow him.
Yeah, only 8 knockouts in those 20 wins for Bryan Acosta.
Nice defense there by Cardenas. Yep. Stepping around and then underneath the hook.
Bryan Acosta, this is his 7th bout scheduled for 10. Used to getting ready for 10 rounders.
Cardenas is very sharp, throwing heavy punches with both hands. Very explosive here in round 1. Dig for the body.
10 seconds left in what has been a Cardenas round. Round number 1. Well, you're undefeated, kiddo, but how do you deal with adversity? Round number 1, Cardenas putting it on Acosta.
Yeah, landed a good right hand right over the top, rode the jab back.
You see, he caught the right hand.
And you see Acosta holding on to it, both hands. Look.
So you're going to hit me with that? Let me hold on to this thing.
Yeah, hold on. Don't hit me again. Hold on. That's actually a good move.
Yeah.
Acosta couldn't follow. Cardenas couldn't follow up.
Yep. Got stuck.
Actually, you know who did that? Floyd Mayweather when he got rocked by Shane Mosley.
Yeah.
He held on to the arm, yeah.
Veteran move for Acosta, but doesn't change the fact that Cardenas owned that round number 1 with those power punches.
Perhaps Acosta was just like you said, Champ, trying to feel out what Cardenas has. It looks like he's coming out a little more aggressive here in round 2, right off the outset.
One about Acosta, and he looks big at this weight class.
Yeah, he's tall, he's long. But again, if you're not a puncher at 26, even if you go down, I don't see you becoming a puncher all of a sudden at 22.
Well, first you got to lane, right? And Cardenas is a pretty elusive target. Has a good sense of his distance, has a good sense of, that defensive radar as well, natural defensive radar. And also can punch when he makes you miss. So you can't just go at him with the full enthusiasm. He's right there. And you see, you try to get aggressive and he'll walk you into right hand like you just did there to Acosta.
Yeah, Cardenas, I think, has a very underestimated boxing IQ.
Good body shot.
He's up. He's very poised.
But he's throwing. The problem is he tends to overthink things and let his IQ kind of dictate the fight.
Not tonight.
He's throwing well tonight. Yeah,
you get one thing, get into a rhythm, but if you're able to get into a flowing rhythm and shoot your shots off that flowing rhythm, now it's hard to get a tell on any of your punches.
And one thing about Acosta, he's not a puncher, but he's a very good body puncher. According to CompuBox stats, 39% of his landed punches are to the body. So I think that makes a difference against fighting a counter puncher like Cardenas.
And so far, the body punches have not been a factor for Acosta.
Yeah, Acosta really hasn't been a factor in general. He's coming forward, but he's not been able to really find Cardenas. Cardenas has been walking him into some good sharp shots, sharp shooting well. And then mixing in a few of those good body shots like you mentioned, Champ.
Yeah, Ramon split the guard nice. A little hook right-hand combination.
A nice little decoy there where he shoots a jab to the stomach and tries a right hand to the head. A little up and down.
Just let Cardenas out of that corner.
Yeah, Acosta did a decent job of putting Cardenas in positions by just using body pressure, but not throwing when he gets in there.
Acosta's out of ideas already, turning southpaw. Let's see how this works here against Cardenas.
Problem is, it makes the power punch easier to throw. You gentlemen know that. Opposite stances, and he's going to wing it.
But also a guy with a high-level amateur pedigree the way that Cardenas has. He's used to southpaws. He knows what to do with them. But this is something that actually Acosta does. This is not out of the ordinary. I've seen him switch stances, in fights. Doing it obviously early here, but
yeah, probably looking for a different answer there. He wasn't getting what he was wanted out of the right-handed stance.
10 seconds left to go in round number 2. Cardenas staying very, very solid. And once again, accurate with the power shots in round 2. Acosta changing stances, but still not getting anything done offensively. Hasn't found a way in yet, gentlemen.
Doesn't look comfortable to me, though.
Yeah, hasn't been able to really get into the fight yet. And Cardenas looks comfortable. He's at home. He's boxing well. He's not being made to overthink.
He's not getting yelled out by Joel Diaz in the corner.
He's able to just be natural. You know, he's fighting a very natural fight, and it's coming easy right now after 2 rounds.
Remember, plenty of fight left to go. We're just about to begin round number 3. This one's scheduled for 10. Expect Acosta to just mentally check out yet. That idea that Cardenas, normally a slow starter, might take some time to warm up. That has not been the case tonight. Rider from San Antonio, Texas, has been ready to go from the beginning. In round number 3. Acosta, we're going to see what he has in his bag of tricks, because, you know, you and I were saying it, Chris, when we were studying tape on this guy. Acosta generally hasn't been bothered that much by his opponents. Haven't seen him have to change things and dig deep. He's going to do both of those things tonight.
He's usually very busy with his hands, especially combination punching off the power positions. But, you know, not a big jabber, but a combination puncher, a body puncher. Just got rocked with the right hand there. Like, not letting his hands go. Again, like I said, he doesn't seem like he's comfortable in there yet.
Now trying to throw some big punches. Some looping shots over the top. None have connected clean.
Oh, good shots and then mix it up with a left to the center to get the glove to close it up the middle, and then comes around the body shot on the
Flash
side.
of heads there.
Cut. There's a little mouse developing on the outside of the right eye, probably for one of those left hooks from Cardenas.
Oh, good
right
shot.
hand. Yeah, good right hand from Acosta.
Best punch of the fight so far for Acosta.
He's got to start getting closer and
needs some confidence here.
Yeah, this is the way he normally fights. He's usually very aggressive.
Referee warning for hitting the back of the head. Is, you know, he said he's moving. It's not me.
Yeah, that didn't look blatant to me at all.
No. The rule is you cannot target the back of the head. The opponent moves, that is his problem. A lot of people don't know that.
Good awareness there from Acosta. He's catching these shots. Ooh, good left hook from Acosta up top.
Yeah.
This is more of what I expected from Bryan Acosta here, the undefeated guy, not wanting to give up his O.
And he's backing up, man. He's not the one coming forward, and he's trying to walk Cardenas into the traps himself now.
That's actually a good idea with Cardenas because he is a counter puncher. Make the counter puncher come forward. Don't follow the
nice left hook.
Nice, yeah, right through the guard.
But is Cardenas too varied? You know, do you want Cardenas to get off first this consistently? Whether it's Cardenas coming forward or going backwards, you know, you're allowing Cardenas to sort of dictate the way the fight's being fought, and he's comfortable doing it.
Well, that's a tough thing about fighting a guy with multiple dimensions the way that Cardenas is. Speaking of multiple dimensions, you got Acosta switch to southpaw again.
Maybe to your point, Paulie, you know, Acosta was waiting to see what Cardenas had, read him for a couple rounds, and then is now comfortable pulling the trigger a little bit more.
Yeah, or Cardenas is comfortable walking Acosta down. You know, it could be one or the other. No, good right hand.
Nice right hand.
Cardenas.
This pace is just not going to favor Acosta.
Yeah, he's allowing Cardenas the time to think, the time to dictate what he wants, the time to be comfortable.
But also he's the bigger puncher, so they're eye-catching all his shots.
And he's probably the better boxer, too.
Yeah, that too.
Ramon Cardenas. Joel Diaz putting on the Vaseline. It's been a great fight so far for him as we begin round number 4.
See some of those big shots. I mentioned that little mouse throwing on the outside of the right eye of Acosta from shots like that. Even when you block them, the inside of your glove bashes into the side of your face. That can actually do damage to the soft tissue around the eyes.
Ready redness around both cheeks. Bryan Acosta has taken some damage, but a better round 3 for him wouldn't give it to him. Still a Cardenas round. At least he's starting to throw.
Yeah, but also, getting on track to do the kind of things he needs to do in order to win rounds.
Because trying to throw with some mean intentions here.
Nice left hook.
Acosta has success when he throws, he's just not throwing enough.
Well, part of that is also because Cardenas is such a good counterpuncher champ.
Yeah, absolutely.
So sometimes you don't want to just throw just for the sake of throwing, because Cardenas can walk you into a trap or a counter shot.
He's actually landing on Cardenas now.
Hands are free, let's walk.
Nice short uppercut.
Whoa, good left hook and a good right hand back from Acosta.
Acosta willing to be in there and get one, take one.
Look at the power punches. Cardenas 45%. Flynn at 24 out of 53. Acosta way behind with 13 landed.
Good left hooks from Acosta here on the inside.
Acosta's starting to do work.
Yeah, he's winging those things.
First 2 rounds did almost nothing.
He's doing with a chopping right hand behind it too. See, this is when Cardenas gets in trouble. He starts letting his opponents work too much. He's not throwing. He's thinking. He's looking for openings. This is where he can get outworked.
But you say it sometimes, Chris. You go, he's looking for the perfect punch, looking for the perfect shot, rather than just letting it fly.
Nice body. Big to the body down. Nice uppercut to split the guard. Left hook to the liver. Around the elbow, trying to sink that in.
Good right.
Yeah, but Cardenas rolled with that nicely. Yeah. Good awareness. Little rubbernecking. There it is again. Oh, Acosta got that hand right back up. This is high-level stuff on the inside. Both these guys super aware of how to fight on the inside.
But it seems like Acosta's kind of found his groove.
Yeah,
Paulie, he's found his offensive rhythm.
Yeah, and both guys are getting real comfortable trading here. Good little phone booth fight developing. And some of even the shots that are landing are not landing completely clean all the time. But there's good action here at this range.
Yeah, both guys are good at taking the full power off the shot. Oh, good right hand there from Cardenas, and right back goes Acosta with a stiff jab.
Yeah, and Acosta will want this distance. From at that middle range, it was difficult for him to really find Cardenas when Cardenas was boxing. But at phone booth here, Acosta, he kind of likes this kind of fight.
Well, yeah, he's a taller, longer guy. You would think he'd want to fight on the outside. That's not his style. He likes to fight here. He does not jab.
Yes,
not
in Mexico, they like that closer range fighting over there.
Doesn't matter what your body type is. You're Mexican.
Get your hand back.
What's your body type? Mexican. My body type is Mexican. Therefore, I will fight on the inside.
Therefore, I will left hook you in the liver, and I will roll with shots so you can't hit with anything clean.
Therefore, they want to entertain. It's part of the culture there. Not just box just to box. You box to entertain.
Both guys showing good things that last round. Cardenas, he's in a fight.
He's always in a fight. His last couple of fights, literally. The time at the stoppage, the fights were even. They were split. Ramon, Cardenas is always in fights, man.
There's a good jab there.
That was a glancing shot. That was like I was saying, that nice roll, the awareness of both these guys were doing a good job of slipping and sliding, so they weren't taking the full brunt of the shots. Some clean ones got in there, but these guys are in a good rhythm on the inside right now.
Problem is, how educated are the judges? We have replay. We're close. You guys are two of the best in the game. You see those rolling shots. Sometimes the judge does it. They think they're clean right hands when they're not.
Yeah. Very true. Absolutely. Most people don't. Even the average fan won't catch that.
But I like that confidence from Acosta.
Yeah.
He saw him walk to the center of the ring.
Yeah, well, I saw it in the last round. He walked back to the corner like, I'm here. I was also thinking, early on, the way that he started, he looked like a guy who might have been a little weight drained. Sometimes it takes a couple rounds to find your body, find yourself after a hard cut. Because this is his first time fighting at 122.
Used to be at 126. Round number 5 scheduled for 10.
And Champ, I don't know if you agree with me. To me, it looks like Acosta hits harder than I thought.
Yeah. When he's able to get that leverage on his shots and put a proper distance in the snap, you can see there's some leverage there. Just a lot of the shots aren't landing cleanly on Cardenas.
But you can touch. Hitting the gloves, hitting the elbows. You can tell he's got some heavy hands as well.
There's some mustard on those shots.
I like the attitude of Lamont Roach. Doesn't have a lot of knockouts on his resume. He said, doesn't mean it can't hurt you. My shots still hurt.
A punch is a punch.
Yeah, punch is a punch. And Acosta knows that.
Nobody's going to enjoy it.
People forget, you know, there's knuckles, there's bones inside those gloves.
A little distance change here from Cardenas as he's trying to change the rhythm up a little bit. He doesn't want Acosta getting too comfortable at that close range. You see a different effort here by Cardenas this round. He's trying to go into a different gear of boxing.
Different effort from Acosta too. He's putting out a lot of energy, trying to close that distance.
Yeah,
a lot of frenetic energy.
He wants to have it at that close range that he's had the last couple of rounds.
He wants to fight.
Yeah.
Right in front of us in the corner.
Good awareness there from Cardenas. They would have slipped that right hand.
But Acosta got the physical pressure on, leading with that head. It's unfortunate. Kind of had him where he wanted him, up against the ropes. Good break by the referee, though.
Good high-class stuff from both these guys, man.
But Cardenas this round doing a better job of keeping that middle range. You know, obviously you can see what Acosta wants. Acosta wants close range. You see Cardenas has done some distance changing, punching off the distance changing, controlling Acosta a little better this round than he was in the last 1 or 2 rounds. But Acosta's still trying to get there. He knows where he wants to be.
Yeah, we're seeing that youthful exuberance, that undefeated record mentality that Acosta has. Fight's getting interesting now.
Acosta not jabbing as much on the outside either. He still closed ground with that jab. I mean, he wants to close the ground. He wants to get close, but he wants to just walk in like that. And if Cardenas decides he doesn't want to let him do that, it's not going to be easy to just do that by walking in.
According to CopyBox stats, Acosta does not jab.
Yeah.
He's a power puncher, he's a combination puncher, he's a body puncher, but generally he just walks in.
And that's great when you're at close range. But sometimes if you got a guy who doesn't want to let you close range, you're going to have to figure out ways to get creative and close that range. And the jab is certainly one of those methods you could use.
Getting some counter punches getting in this round. Stuff like that. Cardenas has some right hands waiting.
But that's what happens when you don't have a jab, right, champ?
Yep, exactly.
Perdido. Y este round lo llevaba, perdón, aquí. Este round lo llevaba muy bien y en el último fue cuando, ¿me entiendes? Pero vamos bien, vamos a la mitad.
We've reached the halfway point of our main event of the evening. Don't forget, Wednesday, February 19th, Gabe Flores Jr. versus Jose Arellano. Flores Jr. absolutely full of confidence. He's in the backseat of a car. When we talk to him, he is ready to go and put on a show. He's from the 209, Stockton, California. We're going to be right near his hometown. Here's our main event, round number 6. Ramon Cardenas in the blue and silver taking on Bryan Acosta in the black and red. Acosta undefeated at 20-0 in his confidence.
Oh!
Big right hand from Cardenas. The first time Acosta's really been hurt.
Yeah, he
set up with a jab downstairs, a decoy jab downstairs, and then a big right hand upstairs.
Acosta trying to mug like he's not hurt.
Yeah, he was taking the power well until that one. Now you see a little unsteady.
Yeah, he's not crazy hurt, but it does certainly a shot that got his attention. He felt and also got the attention of everybody in the arena.
Oh, big left hook swing. Partially blocked there as well. Oh, big right hand down the middle.
One block on the gloves, but still Acosta.
So he got to take some flack.
Yeah, also Acosta not really getting busy in there. Interesting how Cardenas met him at centering a couple rounds ago. Last round he was going backwards. Now this round, Cardenas actually is the one walking Acosta down.
Gives you different looks.
Yeah.
That's when you talk about the different dimensions that Ramon Cardenas has. Man. He can do a lot of different things.
Look at the punches landed round by round. Only round 4 does Acosta have the lead. Cardenas 63, Acosta 44, and that's total halfway point of this fight.
And stylistically, for Acosta to be busy, he's got to be the guy throwing and landing more. Because he does not have the same power as Cardenas. He does not have the eye-catching punches of Cardenas. He's not in his hometown like Cardenas is, so he's got to be the busier guy.
But Cardenas has had the 6 gears, right? He's been able to show us, as you guys just mentioned, different looks, different styles every round until he finds the right one.
We see why Joel Diaz is so high in this kid. He can do so many different things. Nice combination there from Acosta.
Acosta, every once in a while, he'll land something, let you know he's still there.
Yeah.
Nice strafing right hand there.
Yeah, he's not going to let you take his O easily.
Yeah. But even the strafing right hand, Jimmy, you see how Ramon turned his neck with that, kind of rubberneck with it. So it's not rough. The big effort Acosta gives, he's not getting out of it what he wants. Even when he does land it.
Yeah, we've yet to see Cardenas really stunned by any of these shots.
Look at the feet of Cardenas.
Oh, good body shot by Cardenas, and then he
nice dig.
Acosta also threw a nice body shot a second ago, but stay at close range here. Another good short range round.
Acosta taking these punches well here, but is he going to take it well for the next couple of rounds? Getting hit with these big shots over and over.
As he wants to land a big shot so bad on Cardenas, and he's not able to land it as cleanly as he'd like to. Taking underneath to the body nicely with a little touch uppercuts.
You can see the leg position here. Look, see what Cardenas is doing. He's creating a position where he's able to have Acosta square. He steps.
Another good ripping left hook.
He does a penetration step with that lead foot. He's able to push Acosta off balance.
Good power punches from Cardenas in that round 6, but the difficulty is he hasn't. He hurt Acosta, but Acosta mentally still in the fight.
Yeah.
Didn't give up. Came back. Tried to throw big punches of his own.
Well, Acosta is Mexican, so
there you go.
Got hit with a big shot, showed that he's still in this fight very much. We're gonna see a big overhand right. That was the shot that had him in some trouble.
Yeah, set up with a good jab downstairs.
Yeah, nice
that was a
change.
throwaway shot.
Oh, that punch actually missed. I thought that punch landed. They traded left hooks there. Actually hit Acosta on the shoulder. You see the redness there.
Gentlemen, we all know that feeling, right? Like you're hit with a big shot, and what's that? Everything kind of freezes for a second.
Yep.
That's what it looked like Acosta was feeling in there.
Yeah, and his legs definitely had a little shimmy. He got it back pretty quick. He stood his ground, threw some punches with him, but definitely felt that shot more so than anything else.
This is a young man who's got guts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. He got stronger as that round went on, as we are in round number 7, scheduled for 10. Ramon Cardenas to your left. Blue and silver. Bryan Acosta, the young, hungry, undefeated fighter in the black and red.
You get no jab from Acosta. You see he's trying to close the gap. Everything but a jab. Head movement. Gets low. He's a hook. He lands it there.
Yeah, big overhand right followed by a big hook. The hook landed nicely. Point to the forehead.
Nice hook there by Cardenas.
Oh! Shot! Big left hook!
That was on the temple, right? That one didn't even look like it landed cleanly.
I think it was actually a combination of the one that he landed earlier, high in the head.
And Cardenas just landed a hook, right?
You say don't hook with the hooker.
Cardenas' eyes don't look good, guys. They look glassy.
He's got a hold. He's moving his head nicely, but he's got a hold.
His eyes look glassy.
Yeah, he is.
Acosta's rejuvenated.
Acosta going hard for it.
Guys, we said how dangerous Acosta was. We could see him getting a decision, but do we think we can see him get a knockout? This is why you guys didn't turn around.
I didn't say decision. Texas judges would not give him a decision. But man, what was the odds on Acosta KO?
I don't even know. Wow. Big shot
again. Right above us, guys.
This is the fight that Acosta's been looking for all night long.
And Cardenas trying to fire back with power punches.
Not known as a puncher. Drops Cardenas in the round, early in the round 7. Cardenas with his mouth open now.
Yeah, he looked comfortable, even despite the Acosta pressure. He had looked comfortable. But that was a lightning bolt of a shot.
Yeah, it was either high in the head or on the temple. I got to see the replay on that.
Don't know how much Cardenas has cleared the cobwebs here.
And also the youth excitement of a young undefeated fighter like Acosta. Now he senses he can do this.
Got a reason.
Oh, good dig to the body.
Nice right hand. Cardenas starting to come back.
Cardenas is now maybe sort of waver.
Oh,
big shot.
Rock him again.
Stumbled again.
Huge round for Acosta here.
Still 40 seconds left, man.
After a move to clinch and circle, but plenty of time left. 35 seconds in round number 7.
Body shot again by
Acosta
waiting too much, looking for that perfect shot. Nice and smart. What's Cardenas there with 2 body shots in the right hand to the head.
See the wobbly legs of Cardenas.
Yeah, every one of these shots are bothering him, especially the ones that are hitting high on the head. He's got an equilibrium issue going on right now. He cannot be staying here getting lumped up with these shots from Acosta.
10 seconds left in what has been a dramatic round for Bryan Acosta.
Acosta's chin has been a major player in this fight tonight.
Cardenas makes it through round 7.
Well, this is why millions of people tune into ProBox TV.
Come on. How you feel? Ponle esa malla en el hielo. Ponle el hielo. I know you got you. You got you on the back of the head, okay? Huh? On the side? See, that's why you cannot get too fucking reckless and careless in there. You're leaning back. You gotta lean back. Wake your ass up. Wake your ass up. Let's go. Let's finish this guy. Don't give him life. How you feel?
You heard the advice. Finish him. Stop leaning back. That's why you're taking these shots.
I don't. No, but didn't even get a punch there, guys.
This is later when he was hurt.
Yeah, so left hook on the temple. Guys in the truck, you missed the actual punch. Some of the follow-up shots that had the hometown fighter in trouble.
I'm just going to talk about the knockdown. We didn't get it. The knockdown was interesting to me. Was Cardenas actually landed a hook first?
Yes.
And then the hook came back from Acosta, which I actually didn't see land because Acosta's back was tossed. I thought it was grazing, and then all of a sudden Cardenas reacted very, very hurt.
What's going on here with the ref?
There's some water in the corner. I don't know what the deal was.
That was weird. Not great for Acosta, who's trying to capitalize.
Yeah, or a veteran move from the corner, folks. We've seen it before.
Great.
I spilled a little water.
That's what I was thinking. A little extra time.
If you think Joel Diaz doesn't know all the tricks, you're crazy. And Acosta, once again, starting off aggressively. Gentlemen, there's a lot of time left in this fight.
Yes, we got a lot of fight left. We got 2.5 more rounds.
Yep.
You know,
Cardenas cannot just hold on and wait for the judges.
And Cardenas was in a lot of trouble last round. Wobbled several times, went down early in the round.
With the power punches, round number 7, Acosta 22 to Cardenas' 9. A wipeout in terms of power punches. Joel Diaz didn't say hold, he didn't say run, he said get in there and knock this guy out.
Yeah, we've watched the confidence of Acosta grow each and every round, and we're seeing why. This guy can fight. This guy can fight.
Nice right hand.
And I had mentioned a few rounds ago, it looks like he hits harder than the numbers say, and sure enough, that is true.
Cardenas now starting to make an effort back. He doesn't want Acosta to stay on that front foot gas pedal, so to speak, but here comes Acosta.
So much physical pressure from Acosta, though.
And again, we talked about how he was big for the weight class.
Yes.
You're starting to see it now as the fight wears on.
He's starting to really
Cardenas is getting really uncomfortable.
He's starting to bully Cardenas here.
And he believes in himself, does Acosta now.
He should. He dropped him last round. You know, he's walking through all these. They're telling me this guy's a big power puncher with both hands. I got hit with everything tonight. I'm still here. Cardenas needs to go back to being that slick guy setting traps. Going back to his fundamentals. He's got boxing ability. He's not just a puncher.
Across the corner, good movement.
That's been a very dangerous punch that Acosta has used over and over again. He level changes, he drops his head, and he throws a sweeping left hook. That was the shot that had Cardenas in all that trouble last round.
And he's now stayed in the southpaw stance for a big majority of this fight.
You don't know. Welcome to ProBox TV, where the underdog is always live. That's been the story of this main event. You said it, Chris, is Acosta getting more confident as the rounds go on.
Look at him. He's locked in. Look at his eyes. He's ready. He's catching and shooting.
A good catch and shoot there from Cardenas, speaking.
Yeah. But again, I think one of the major players in this fight tonight is Acosta's chin. He's been able to take these shots.
But also the problem is Cardenas now staying inside, looking to hurt Acosta. You know you're not going to hurt Acosta. So just box him on the outside should be the game plan. You're engaging him in a way where Acosta feels comfortable.
Ramon, dude, this is another fucking level right here for you. La neta, way. Hey, you gotta let go. Go! Break the skidway!
In the corner of Ramon Cardenas. There's Bryan Acosta. Excited about his chances.
Ya se canta con el otro también tú.
Knocked down Cardenas in round number 7. Cardenas, to his credit, came back strong in round 8. Acosta, let me at him.
I think both these guys can finish strong. This is, you know, Acosta started slow. Cardenas looked great early on, but with that knockdown and the way that Acosta's been coming on, you know, if he wins these next 2 rounds, I can see him winning this fight.
Can you see him winning it in Texas, though?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good uppercut.
Nervous crowd. It's quiet out here.
But also, Chris, it's almost like the opposite of what we expected. Cardenas, the slow starter, might get a knockdown late. Well, it was Acosta doing all those things.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Starting slow and then
Great point.
Turning it on late. Short left hook.
Another one by Cardenas.
And an uppercut. Oh, the back punch. Wow.
Jesus, what a fight.
Big hook on the inside
those are the
from
shots
Acosta.
that have been hurting Cardenas. He's not seeing them. Go figure, a Mexican with a left hook. How about that? How about that?
Who would have dunked it?
How about them apples?
But again, Cardenas staying at a range where Acosta is so comfortable just fighting and fighting and fighting. Maybe Cardenas just doesn't have the conditioning anymore to go on the outside and box the way he wanted to. Because early on, there were times we made it look easy when he changed range and boxed the way he wanted to.
But over time, he's become complacent to let Acosta come in the front door.
And now in round 9, like I said, you may be too tired to box in that way. At least box effectively in that way. You may be able to box, but can you box effectively against the pressure and the rejuvenated Acosta?
I used to tell people, like, you understand how difficult it is to box, how much more tiring it is? Standing in front of guys throwing power punches is not tiring.
Especially
boxing
late.
is tiring.
Great combination with the
Acosta loves this kind of fight, guys.
No, he's growing as the fight's going on.
A movement from Cardenas. That uppercut got through.
Another good hook. And he shoots it from both sides. Joe turns southpaw, throws left hooks, turns right-handed, throws left hooks.
I'm surprised at how good the balance of Acosta is for a guy
who's
tall, who's long, and he switches stances right in front of you. And that's why he's able to generate power. He's actually getting his weight behind. Now he's out there shimmying. Wow. I tell you, this kid growing every round.
I don't know if Cardenas has the energy to put a combination on. Also, he's being backed up a lot. And when you're being backed up, it's harder to put sustained offense together, aside from a good jab.
He's getting bullied.
Which Cardenas is not really shown anymore.
And I think there's a little bit of frustration for Cardenas that he's not able to hurt Acosta. He's not able to get him off him. When you're a guy who's used to knocking people out, when you're a guy who's used to hurting people, and you got a guy who's coming forward constantly, walking through your best shots, that's debilitating. Demoralizing.
And he's still throwing big punches.
Now he's playing on the ropes.
Good shot there by Cardenas. Good action, guys.
We're ready for round number 10. The action from round number 9. Look at it, gentlemen.
This has been a tremendous display from both these guys. Story of 2 different fights, the first half and the second half. I mean, I got anxiety watching this fight right now. I'm on edge.
And remember, there is a knockdown as well.
There is a knockdown as well.
Play the 10-8 round there.
Neither guy can feel good about where they are on the scorecards as we begin round number 10.
Acosta's body language is a guy that feels good. Whether he thinks he's ahead or not, he's feeling himself.
A good combination there by Acosta to start.
He's looking out real sharp here in round 10. Listen, regardless of how this fight ends up on the scorecards, Bryan Acosta can fight.
He's real.
This guy's real. Yes. This guy's for real.
Gary Jonas, the boss here at ProBox TV, is sitting ringside. Got to be appreciating what he's seeing from this young undefeated fighter.
still super aware. His hand position is good. He's catching these shots. Oh, big shot there.
Big right hand from Cardenas.
You clutch your heads there. They got to be careful.
Oh, nice chopping right hand. They didn't hit that well, though. And here comes Acosta.
Defending well, but no return from Cardenas.
Judging-wise, that's not good. You got a guy who's pushing the action, even though punches aren't landing. He's active.
And Acosta wants to fight. That's what I'm saying. Once you engage a fighter like this consistently, now you got to deal with this kind of shot there by Cardenas.
Big eye-catching shots from Cardenas.
This has been a masterclass of inside fighting from these guys. Both guys, two very different styles. Good body shot.
Good exchange of body shots. Good hook up top by Cardenas. And also remember, look at the physicality of pushing it around. Also wears on you and tires you out.
Well, that's what Cardenas was doing really well. He's getting that perpendicular position where he's able to split the feet of Acosta and push him off balance.
Good uppercut on the inside by Acosta, guys.
Good uppercut there from Cardenas.
They are trading. This is good.
1 minute left in round 10.
ProBox TV, guys.
Jesus. Separating the men from the boys.
As soon as you make one guy miss, they come right back. High level stuff here in our main event.
Let him go. Stop pushing.
Acosta looked up at the clock there. Does that mean he's tired, or does that mean he's got to look for a big finish? Or both. Two things should be true at once, right?
Yeah.
Oh, big right from Cardenas.
I think they're definitely tired.
Yeah.
They'd love a big finish.
Displayed in this fight, absolutely incredible.
These guys are going to sleep well tonight.
Good physicality on the inside from Acosta. They're pushing off, looking to create space.
They were nervous, now they're screaming like crazy. The fans here in San Antonio.
Both guys are going to feel like they won this fight.
I thought this was a good finishing round for Cardenas.
Oh, good headbutt there, too. Oh. Might as well throw that in, too.
Beautiful stuff.
Good counter right hand by Cardenas.
Brawl to the end.
What a fight.
Wow, what a fight.
I'll say it right now, I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch.
I would not at all. Man.
What a fight.
A man in Bryan Acosta who looked outclassed in the beginning of this fight came back in a huge way.
Yeah, undefeated fighter's an undefeated fighter. I mean, they are going to have that extra sense of pride to them.
Scored a knockdown in round 7. The question is, will it be enough? Cardenas came back and showed real guts here.
Good, clean fight. Touch him up.
This was a fight to remember, gentlemen.
Early on, it looked like Acosta was like a little checked out. Cardenas looked like he was too good. Acosta looked like he was in over
like
his head.
He was like admiring the fact that he was in the ring with a different level of opponent. Never got started, and then when he did get started, well, the fight.
I alluded to the fact that maybe it was the weight, coming back down in weight. Sometimes it takes a few rounds to kind of get your body underneath you. And then once he did, I mean, we started seeing him throw combinations. He was throwing heavy punches, which he's not known for.
Once that knockdown, look at that. I was absolutely what a sweeping left hook there. What?
Oh, that's one of those ones.
Right on the forehead.
And that's one of those ones. Cardenas didn't do anything wrong.
No.
He had his hand up. Just hit him on his forehead.
And then later in the round, he hurt him again. This is a huge round for Acosta.
Equilibrium shot.
Yep.
Cardenas came back well, round 9. A lot of physical pressure from Acosta, but these guys, I mean, they were fighting tooth and nail for these last 2 rounds. What a fight. Back and forth. Both these guys super talented. Again, masterclass on inside work from both these guys.
Good action. ProBox TV, we pick up where we left off, right, guys? 2024 was a great year for us. Good action. Tell your friends, guys. Subscribe to the app. It's free. This is what we got for you all year round.
What a main event, man. Wow.
The guy can feel great about what the judges saw tonight. Here are the stats. Jabs, 39 out of 174. More for Cardenas. But power punches, the advantage goes to Acosta. Total punches, only a 5-punch difference. And equal in body shots. This one was close.
Yeah,
period.
Wow, you really,
what we saw with our eyes, a close fight.
Yeah, you can't get stats closer than that. And it mirrors exactly what we just saw, Jimmy.
Good question. How did the judges see it? To end the suspense, Lupe Contreras. And tell us who won this main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 action-packed rounds, we go to the scorecard. Damas, caballeros, después de 10 vueltas repletas de acción, esta es la decisión oficial. Los jueces Weaver y Carrión entregan tarjetas idénticas de 95 a 94. Judges Weaver and Carrión turn in identical scores of 95 to 94. Y el juez Calvi anotó 97 a 92. Judge Calvi scores about 97 to 92. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. And still, the WBA Continental Latin America champion from San Antonio, Ramon Dinamita Cardenas.
He earned every single point on those judges' scorecards. Two judges had it a one-round fight. I got to say, I agree with how close that was.
No, the two judges had it 95-94 minus a point. It's about 96-94, so 6-4.
Yeah.
The other guy, Calvi, was your typical Texas judge. Had the hometown guy 8 rounds to 2 minus a point.
Much heavier, yes.
So, but not, I don't want to say typical, but stereotypical.
Yeah.
You know, the ones we got used to at times through the years.
Right.
But
95, 97, 92, a little too wide for me.
Which would have been 98 without the knockdown.
Right.
It gave Cardenas 8 rounds. That's not, nobody won 8 rounds this fight.
No.
Nonetheless, as I said before, we heard the scorecards. I would love to see a rematch.
Yeah,
I would love to see a rematch, and I think the fans at home would as well.
I would love to see a rematch. I definitely want to see Bryan Acosta again. 96-94, it was 95-94, which, again, like you said, Chen, that's 6-4.
Right.
Cardenas, I can absolutely see that, especially because Bryan Acosta started so slow.
Yes,
He gave up so many rounds early on.
No, the fight goes
100%.
both ways. I mean, you have an argument for both guys. Like I said, I think both guys are going to feel like they won this fight.
Yep.
It's when you start getting the 8 rounds to 2 card, and then you're like, come on, dude. Really? Like,
what are you watching?
Come on. Everybody else saw a different fight. What were you watching?
At least 2 of the 3 judges enjoyed the fight tonight. They got to watch it.
Yeah, it's good.
One thing you have to look at is it's kind of scary. What's the ceiling of Acosta? I mean, this was his first big opponent. Yep. The moment may have gotten to him early in those first couple rounds. After that, veteran adjustments, a veteran performance. He's going to go back to the gym this week a better fighter than the one who walked in here tonight.
Chin, guts, heart, gas tank. I mean, all of it.
And not only a better fighter, a more known fighter. People, you despite coming up just short in this fight, I think people are going to know about Acosta now, and people are going to praise Acosta, and boxing fans are going to want to see him again. Whether we get a rematch or not, I think both of these guys are entertaining fighters. We've seen Cardenas before; he's entertained. Acosta tonight comes on the scene with his undefeated record and fights like a guy who is 20-0 and coming in and deserves to get other shots, and we hope to see him again regardless.
We got that old saying, if you hate to see a guy lose, this is one of those nights. It's one of those fights you hate to see a guy. But to your point, champ, Acosta didn't necessarily lose tonight.
Yeah.
He was on a platform that he just showed the world, I can fight. I'm a player.
Yeah.
He's going to get some big fights over it, if not a rematch.
And typically, guys on the level of ProBoxTV, we make these fights. They're competitive. They're good. People at home are satisfied. And usually, guys both earn their keep. So I think people are going to want to see both of these guys again. And I personally want to see a rematch.
And we always talk about how we bring guys back who fight hard even when they lose. So
let's look at the flip side. Cardenas, we found out he can recover well. There's chin in terms of your ability to stay up. Then there's chin in terms of your ability to recover. He recovered comparatively quickly from a bad knockdown. That's important.
And it looked like an equilibrium shot, too, with that shot to the forehead. He looked like he was still hurt late in the round, but came back and really gutted it out. And Acosta really surged late in the fight, so he had to hold off a storming Acosta.
I thought Cardenas had a good last round. He really showed that he belongs. I mean,
he landed the more accurate shots despite Acosta's effort.
Real metal today. He showed what he's made of.
And I'd be curious to see if on those 2 scorecards where the judges were actually watching the fight, if Acosta won the last round, because that would have been the difference in the fight.
That would have been incredible. We'll find out, of course. But it rolls on here at ProBox TV. That was a great main event. But join us Wednesday, February 19th, Gabe Flores Jr., Jose Arellano. Gabe Flores Jr. from Stockton, California. We are going to be just outside Sacramento, near his hometown. He expects to have a big crowd. February 19th, be part of that crowd. Check it out. Download now the ProBox TV app. never fall behind in your boxing and your boxing news. It was an incredible show tonight here in San Antonio. I gotta say, for all of us here at the ProBox crew, you have been outstanding. Great food, great people, great fight fans, and it was an amazing night of fights. Vigo Ramirez getting the decision win. Michael Angeletti, a beautiful body shot knockout over Judy Flores, and all the performance of the night has to be Justin Pauldo taking out Shavkat, Rakhimov in our co-main event. The former world champion getting absolutely dominated by Justin Pauldo, and then in our main event, he tasted the canvas, but he came back. Ramon Cardenas showing great things. It was a great night of fights. That Mexican action in our main event, guts, heart, determination, appreciated by everyone here in San Antonio, Texas. Thank you so much. We will see you next time here on ProBox TV. It has been fantastic, as always.